Present.
And the next will be Cecilia institution LCP 2526 for ICT practice. There's another person who led AIESEC is Yanashin Oscar, MCP RGB 24, 25 was in Germany, and MCP 4G it's 23, 24 was UK. So his main concern is with diverse pride and absolute confidence that diversity is accountable for the role of the president of ICT. Closely with Lisa during my term as MCP OG, while she served as MCP OG later during her transition to the role of OG product head. I have grown to deeply respect her as not only a leader but as someone with an unshakable sense of purpose and ownership for ICT mission. Ukraine as a country is at a important moment. The resilience, courage, and determination of its people shine as a proof point to the world, and ICT carries a unique responsibility to channel the energy into actionable leadership. This is a time when we don't just need leaders who can manage, we need leaders who inspire with bold actions and who elevate our mission to highest potential. Lisa is exactly that kind of leader. Lisa's connection to us goes far beyond fulfilling the job description. She has an innate ownership of the organization, its vision, its impact, and the people who make it possible. For her, ICT is not just an opportunity, it's a commitment. She has poured her heart and soul into her role. Always in time and for sure, exchanges time, both locally and nationally. I see her in action firsthand. Her love for this organization and her belief in change can really impact people's lives is unparalleled. Indeed, it is a perfect balance of structure and dynamic. Her approach is methodical and rooted in data, ensuring every decision she makes is thoughtful and effective. Yet she's also a dreamer, a bold thinker who is never afraid to take risks and push boundaries to achieve what others might deem impossible. She doesn't just talk about leadership, she lives it. One of Lisa's defining strengths is her ability to empower and inspire those around her, whether it's through her unwavering drive of her ability to listen and uplift. She creates an environment where people feel valued, motivated, and ready to give their all. She doesn't just lead by example, she builds a culture of accountability, growth, and ambition that extends to everyone she works with. What sets Lisa apart is her understanding that leadership isn't just about guiding others, it's about making a tangible, lasting impact. She has worked tirelessly to improve processes, boost performance, and ensure that remains a force to create convenience, not just locally, but on a global scale. Her ability to think beyond immediate results and prioritize long-term growth is exactly what we need in a leader during this critical period. Having seen her in action, her days as a CDP is stepping into my shoes as project head, I have no doubt in her ability to take ICT in Ukraine to new heights. Her passion, resilience, and unwavering commitment to this organization are qualities that haven't been taught at every lead. At a time when Ukraine and ICT in Ukraine, the leaders who can stand tall and act boldly, lead the country to a leader who brings to the occasion, her exhibits the courage and the determination to lead us forward, and wholeheartedly endorse her for the role of Global Content President of ICT. So, few word investments, and one more thing that I have to present to you is the outputs from MCP interviews. If you have known, each MCP candidate has interviews with different experts. And the first output is from David Angelo and Paolo Manzano. Dear Dr. Pasquini, David Angelo Provenzano, a former member of ICT International and MCP 22-23 of ICT Madrid. I was participating as an interviewer for the external stakeholders management segment. Seeing the aim to assess the competences section for the MCP of ICT Ukraine for the term 25-26. The key areas assessed were as follows: vision clarity, entity position and advocacy, strategic entity management, long-term vision, and development. So, the candidates showcased a creative and thinking approach, vision clarity, emphasizing the importance and then strategy development with states, a collaborative mindset. This emphasizes on people systems to rationalize logic and align with clusters with specific goals as structure and strategic optimization. Some elements include further refinement and feasibility mapping. Sometimes some filter certain concepts fully practical or remain more abstract, which was key during the practical validation. Offering more clarity on implementation steps and expected outcomes would improve the overall coherence and interoperability. Overall, the meeting presents a creative and inclusive vision with a solid strategic foundation. By defining the areas and offering more real exercise, they can further strengthen the practicality and impact of the approach. Then next, I would move from the preparation. So I was conducting the interview for team management and assessing how well good team management. So AIESEC project has many important skills for building a friendly and effective team. She knows how to balance negotiating and approachable, which helps create a good team atmosphere. She's also very interested in helping each team member grow and plans to use accountability tools to make sure the team stays on track. Lisa is focused on achieving results, which is a strong quality. She is determined to work hard to reach the goals of the entity. She also values uniting people around shared values and vision, which is important for building strong teams. However, there are some areas where Lisa can improve. One concern is her overly positive view of challenges. For example, when asked how she would handle a demotivated team, she said it's best to avoid using words like burnout, not show her own tiredness, and criticism for the role. While staying positive is good, it's also important to face problems directly and find real solutions to help the team recover motivation. Lisa also seems to care a lot about outside approval, which might affect her decisions. She prefers everything to be ideal and perfect. For instance, when given a choice between a friendly team that doesn't achieve results and an unfriendly team that achieves all goals, she created a new option, a friendly team that achieves results. This shows she might need to prepare for situations where not everything can be perfect. In summary, Lisa has strong leadership potential in many different areas. To improve, she could work on handling difficult situations more realistically and becoming more comfortable with challenges and imperfections in leadership. And the last MCP output from the year is from Omar Abdul Aziz. He was MCP vice manager. So financial context, she has a very good mindset and awareness of the financial context of the entity, yet she has very good vision on the long run in order to sustain the entity. Points for attention. She needs to pay attention to long-term goals of the organization. She should work in terms of understanding functional knowledge. She has a very good data mindset with technical aspects, and this will serve the organization in terms of changing demand. And to show that she has the potential to manage finance in a good way. She would always ask for support in order to assess the things that will be critical. Her decision-making process will always be calm and logical. She is the type of the mindset and logical leader. Best part, love on after we finished with all the announcements and outputs, and it's time to welcome the remember all the passion, all that energy you had in yourself. Prepare to show, prepare to laugh, and we are to welcome the next candidate.
and I would like to start with some reflection for you. Please close your eyes and reflect on two questions. The first one is, what is your dream in life? Something big or small, AIESEC or non-AIESEC? And the second question, what stops you from turning this dream into the reality right now? You can open your eyes. And here, I would like also to ask one question. The question which kind of correlates with my AIESEC journey. And also, this is the question of one of my favorite books. The question is, why do we spend so much time preparing to do what we want instead of just doing what we want right now? But before we start, and before I explain my story behind this, I would like also to present myself a little bit more. I will tell you 3 facts about me. The first one, that I'm originally from Kharkiv region. I'm originally from village in the Kharkiv region, and then with my university, I moved to the city itself. So I consider the city as my home. The second fact, this is about actually my bachelor degree. I'm a bachelor in applied mathematics, and I'm also an A student in math. So this technical mindset, IT, all about me. And this is my family, and some fun facts that I have plenty of different cousins. And also, I really value family as my value in life, and also it's really important for me. And also, you can see here a little me, in my 9th grade in my school. And I had a dream. It was back then really popular to be in IT and do all this stuff. And I wanted to be a top manager in IT. I wanted to lead different people, to communicate with different stakeholders, and all this stuff. But I didn't want only this. I wanted also to develop some purpose behind the product. And I wanted to make my contribution there. But also, this girl wasn't that confident in herself. I also had some doubts or some extra moments which were stopping me from achieving this dream. First of all, I was really shy, and I was really scared to talk to people. I was scared to express my own thoughts, and I was scared to open up to other people. And really, like, even to make some new friends, make some new network, for me it was really scary. And I was always studying. I was like an A student in my school, an A student in my university, and I was always studying, always trying to do something extra, because I was thinking that I'm not enough yet, and only when I am perfect, only back then, I can achieve my dream, I can do whatever I want, but only when I am perfect. And I didn't like this about myself. I didn't like this back in my school, with the start of my university. So I decided that I actually would like to change it. I would like to turn it out to be not my reality, and also to change it to be a better person. And also this correlates with this question, because I was always thinking, why do I spend so much time? Why do I spend so much time preparing to do something extra? Why do I spend so much time instead of just doing what I want right now? And I decided to take new opportunities. It was 2nd year of my university, so I decided, okay, I like in some soft skills, I'm liking some communications, I'm also really shy. So I decided, okay, I will take something extra. And a friend of mine told me about AIESEC, and I understood, okay, this is a new opportunity, a new chance, and I want to be developing in this. And I joined as a member in marketing. You can see my team here, and I just started to do some promotion materials, for our GV exchanges. while doing this promotion material, I wanted also to experience it as an opportunity for myself. So I got approved to be a GVP. Then I applied to be a team leader. And also, of course, I went to my exchange and I went to make my realization in Turkey back then. With my application for team leader, I've also been a team leader. I've been an OC, and also it was probably the 8th month of my AIESEC career. I also was elected as LCVP OGV. But what something similar in all of that I done here in AIESEC, I actually have learned to act, to take different opportunities, no matter how scared I was. And that's something which is common here, is some action which I took. I choose actions over lack of confidence, because when I was applying to be a team leader, I was thinking, oh my God, I cannot manage members. I cannot communicate with them. It's something not for me. How can I do it? But I still applied. I was a team leader. I also had different concerns about going to my GV exchange, because it also was something new. I didn't know what exactly I would like to be there. And I choose actions over fear that I had back then. And yet, it's not only about actions, because every action needs a direction. You can go forward, you can make steps backward, you can go to the right or to the left. And it all could be different actions which you are taking in your life. So you need some guidance in order to perform something new. And here, I would like to play a game. Raise your hand, please. Raise your hand if at least once you have chosen something that your parents or friends did not support. You can. And now, raise your hand if at least once this decision, which your parents or friends did not support, was right for you. Amazing. You can. Now, raise your hand if at least once you have chosen something based on logic, but you really didn't want it to do it. And raise your hand if this decision was wrong for you. Nice. And here I would like to tell you one more story to know me, to understand me as a person, to understand my connection in AIESEC. And I went to Kyiv, 22 of February of 2022. It was just some university project, just for a couple of the days. And all of us know what happened 2 days later. The full-scale invasion has begun. And I stayed in Kyiv because there were no trains back home. And my whole family was in Kharkiv or in Kharkiv region. I was always reading different news, and I had plenty of uncertainty. What should I do next? What other people should do? I was asking my parents to move out, but of course they didn't. And for me, it was really difficult to live for this time. And I was totally stuck into not knowing what would be next in my life. And a friend of mine told me that it's better to move out, to go abroad, since I couldn't come to my family to the east of Ukraine. And I moved out. I moved out to Germany, and I lived in a volunteer family. I lived in a volunteer family together with my sister. Actually, my cousin, but still, I consider her as a sister. And still, I was totally scared for my family because they were still in Kharkiv, or in Kharkiv region. And in 2022, I believe it was even more scary, even in the beginning of the full-scale invasion. So with this, I was lost. I didn't know what to do. I didn't understand what to do. And I also wanted to change something in what was going back there. I didn't want to join any calls. I didn't want to go to do any kind of volunteering inside the Germany. I just didn't want to. And I was totally, completely lost. At the same time, I was feeling guilty. And this was like one of the main feelings which I got while living in Germany. Because I moved, but my membership didn't. I moved, but my parents didn't. I moved, but people are staying in Ukraine and doing volunteering inside Ukraine or going to Ukrainian armed forces. But I moved. For me, it was completely unfair towards other people. Why should I be in safety? Why should I be in other countries? Why I should live this experience while others are not? And back then, I was still a CVP in AIESEC. You can see here my beautiful corner. We had local induction conference 4 days before the full-scale invasion began. And back that time, I took the responsibility of these people. I understood that I'm their leader as a corner head, and I would like to give them as much as I can. So for these people, I did what I've learned before, what I've learned before in AIESEC, and what I've learned and what I told you already. I learned to act, and here you can see different pictures on background. I started to join different calls, even when I didn't want to. I started to conduct some events, even when I didn't want to, because people needed it the most. Because for other people, it was an opportunity to get away from the war and also to see what happens after it. And AIESEC has returned me back. AIESEC did that I started to feel that I can change something. And I actually would like to continue. And I actually accept the situation, which is happening right now in Ukraine. So I did some on-site volunteering in Germany. I also organized an AIAD event together with my corner, together with another corner. And I also found a job because I didn't like to be, that dependent on different people, to be that dependent on the others and be that dependent. So I got approved for GTA Long in Germany in May. My realization was starting in June. And it were so perfect circumstances, so perfect opportunities for me to stay abroad, to have a career, and to get all this really perfectly. My parents, my friends, everyone was so happy for me because it was rare to find a job, to be working there, to be living there, to be safe. And there was a but, because there came an LCP application form for AIESEC and Kharkiv. And back then, I was LCVP there. And I considered an opportunity even before the application came, because I felt this ownership to AIESEC, and because I wanted also to give it back to my local committee, which also turned me out of the war circumstances, and also showed me what is the impact looks like. And it was clear for me, if I apply to be an LCP, I have to move back, because my LC needs a flying. Because when I was LCVP, connected to, of course, external circumstances, connected to the full-scale invasion, we were working online, but it was enough for this, and we needed to return back, and we needed to give this opportunity for people to actually have networking, to actually communicate with others. So I was understanding, if I'm applying, I have to be moving back. And I had plenty of pressure and doubts. When I just started to think about applying, I started to talk to my parents, to my mom, to my dad, and I had 40 minutes calls with my dad, and he was explaining to me that I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky to be in Germany. I'm so lucky to be in this economic stability. I'm so lucky to be there. So I should take this opportunity and I should stay there. I should be working there. And also my GTA change seemed to be really nice because they were telling about promotion after internship and everything looked perfect. And of course I had my personal doubts because I was thinking how it looks like to be in Ukraine, how it looks like, how it feels like. Because Germany is stable and safe. And it's like economically, not economically, everything is fine. In Ukraine, I don't know where to live because my parents were in Kharkiv region, but almost none of my friends were in Kharkiv. I didn't want to just return and be alone there. And also, in Ukraine, I didn't know how the war feels like because from the start of the full-scale invasion, I was in Kiev, and it was relatively safe region of Kiev, like district, and I didn't have heard any of explosions. I didn't see how it looks like, and I was really scared to coming back to Ukraine. But again, the question, why should I spend so much time doing something else if I just want to apply and I just want to be an LCP for LC Kharkiv? And I had this inner feeling inside of me. And this was my main driver to be applying there. And probably you know that I was elected as LCP. So as I promised, I moved back. And it learned me also some learnings which I had there. I learned to trust my feelings. I learned to trust myself. And I learned to choose my passion, choose what I'm passionate about, what I'm driven by, even though other people do not support or do not understand me. And I returned to the place where I belong to. I returned to my home, and I was developing young leaders in my home city. And for me, it felt so right, even in the most challenging moments when I was thinking that we will not be finishing this term as we began. I was thinking like different scenarios which we've got, but every challenge felt so right for me. And I also found there the most passionate people I've ever seen. You can see different pictures from my commission, from my EB team, and also from AIESEC in Kharkiv and AIESEC in Ukraine, because I felt this community so much. And they all acted. Every person inside the organization acted to shape the future, and make it better and make it grow, despite any of circumstances. And this is how I came to act with passion. It's not only something that is my vision about the entity, but it's also something really personal for me. And it also that something shows to me how I'm feeling. It's also about how it corresponds with my values, because one of my values is passion, the other one is responsibility, and also growth or action, whatever you call it. So it also, I told you this story to understand me as a person more. And snap your fingers now if you, at least once, have discovered your passion in AIESEC. And now, as MCP operations and brand experience, I have my biggest privilege to be in an organization and during this position is to lead every exchange we are creating as AIESEC. We are creating as AIESEC in Ukraine. You can see here different pictures of our outgoing EPs, or even some pictures of our incoming EPs, which were there before the full-scale invasion, and which we are waiting, extremely waiting and completely excited to see them in the near as soon as possible. And also it drives me, and this is why one of my motivations to be applying for a higher position. It's just because I see how the impact of other people. I also have experience in my GV or GTA exchange. I know how it can change the life, and it drives me to provide a bigger impact, and it drives me to continue what we already have. Because I believe that every exchange that we are creating is actually shaping Ukraine, and it actually contributes to the better future of our country. It actually creates something more unique and something more bright for our country as it is. And I'm also grateful to AIESEC for the person that I am right now. Here you can see different pictures and different people with whom I worked only this one semester and to whom I'm really grateful for. And the second part of my motivation is actually that I want to give it back to AIESEC for the platform and for the person that I've become to be here. And also, I want to give it back because it feels right for me. Because I also have this inner feeling which I was feeling previously when I was applying to my every position in AIESEC. So, why do we spend so much time preparing to do what we want if we just can act with passion right now and also create some beautiful stories as one AIESEC in Ukraine? It was Masha, your MCP applicant. On the left side, you can see my experiences in AIESEC, and on the right side, you can see my external experiences and some fun facts about me. And with this, I would like to close my speech. Thank you very much.
I joined AIESEC in February 2022. I know that this month was very difficult for all of us. And I heard about AIESEC before. My sister was in this organization. And I was thinking, maybe I want to apply too. And I did it. And I became a member. I remembered my first induction conference. It was very inspiring and it was very powerful to me. I learned what is AIESEC, and I felt that AIESEC is my community. When the full-scale invasion was started, I had two choices: leave AIESEC and just wait for a change, or stay in AIESEC and do something. And I chose action. This experience gave me a lot of things. I realized that I can be myself. And I didn't afraid to show myself who am I. And right now I'm standing here, and I don't be afraid to show my emotions and be as a person, be as a girl. And this amazing experience showed me AIESEC why. And since team member, I strive to achieve peace and fulfillment of humankind's potential. The next leadership journey was my team leader position. I realized that I want to continue AIESEC journey, and I applied to higher position. And I became a team leader. I didn't believe in myself, to be honest. I was thinking that, I'm a very, very bad leader. It's too difficult to manage 4 different people and build them together. But this experience gave me more than just a leadership experience. This experience showed me AIESEC how. And we believe that leadership is a fundamental solution, and it can be developed anyone and anywhere. I realized that team leadership experience gave me this motivation. And I realized that I could be a leader. It was very stressful and challenging experience. 2 members left the organization. And I was thinking that I'm very bad leader. But I realized that I want to change something. I want to change my leadership. And I believed in myself after this challenging experience. And I applied to vice president. This experience gave me more just leadership. I realized how to be value-driven leader. Not just the leader who builds team, like who work with people, but who develop people. And I realized the importance of the second part of our hub. We empower every young people to become value-driven leaders who positively impact the world around them. And of course, I'm grateful for this experience. And after the experience, I realized that I wanted to continue as a journey. And I applied to amazing MCP. It was very, very right decision in my life. This experience for me is the best one right now. And I realized the importance of our what? We enable young people to develop their leadership through practical experience in challenging environments. But what am I proud of my experience? How do you think? All of my journey was with people, was with community. And I'm proud of the people who I met. And these people are here. And I see this impact. I'm proud that these people continue making impact. These people develop our country, our cities. These people empower everyone and continue my journey. And these people became leaders. Leadership. Let's talk about it. Yeah. We can say leadership everywhere. But what is true leadership? How do you think? True leadership is not just to be a leader, team manager, etc. It's more than a word. Leadership is about values. Let's imagine that it's leader. This iceberg is leader. We can see visible leadership qualities: vision, creativity, public speaking, team management, confidence, and transparency. But also leader has invisible leadership qualities: resilience, integrity, commitment to excellence, courage, purpose, self-reflection, authenticity, gratitude, trustworthiness, value-driven, and of course, the main important leadership qualities is empathy. I believe that this leader is value-driven leader. And in general, I think true leadership and true leader is a value-driven person who leads with purpose. But what is purpose? Everyone in this room has personal purpose. What is AIESEC purpose? I think it's our life. We strive to achieve peace and fulfillment of humankind's potential is our AIESEC purpose. But let's think more deeper. What is AIESEC in Ukraine purpose? How do you think? Shape Ukraine is our unique purpose in our entity. Since 2014, this culture drives us to continue work in us, to develop our empathy and our use. I believe in Shape Ukraine, and this purpose drives me a lot. Dear AIESEC in Ukraine, and dear global family, I'm standing here because of past. Because in past, Ukrainian leaders, current alumni, developed our organization, worked on it. I'm standing here because of present, because of you. And I'm standing here because of future. I want to give you more. I want to empower every member, every person, and show the power of unity. What is unity? It's not just a word. It's more than words. Unity for Ukraine. Unity for us. It drives us. We are so different. We are unique, every person. But we have our common goal. Чернівці, Одеса, Івано-Франківськ, Київ, Рівне, Черкаси. Unity, Дніпро, Тернопіль, Вінниця, Львів, Кропивницький, Харків. It's about our cities, about our work. We developed a lot, our use, and we are doing it, and we will do it. But we are not responsible just for our cities, our else's efforts. We are responsible for all Ukraine. Especially, we are responsible for cities where we don't have us. United for Ukraine. It's more just a phrase. If you will drive by purpose, you will achieve everything. Whatever it takes. If you believe, and if you want to do it, you will do it. You achieve everything. Just believe. Leadership. Yeah. We talked a lot about it, and it's also about organization. Everyone is leader. But let's think more. Stand up if you believe and if you think that you are a value-driven leader. Stand up if you think that purpose drives you in your life. Stand up you think that you choose wait for change? Oh, indifference. Stand up if you think that you can become a change. I reflected a lot about my AIESEC experience. And you saw that I was team member, team leader, vice president, and currently MCP. But I realized that every time my purpose drive me. And every time I chose action, I chose became a change, not just wait. And stand up if you believe in every person in this room. Yeah, we can do something bigger. I believe in AIESEC. I believe in AIESEC in Ukraine, and I believe in every person in this room. Doesn't matter your position, doesn't matter your, I don't know, personality, etc. You are all worth it. You all can be a change. And of course, I'm standing here because of the people who believed in me before. My vision is driven by purpose, united by Ukraine. I want to give you a question. What do you think drives you in your life? Because if you talk about me, Ukraine and purpose of Shape Ukraine drives me. And I want to empower every member, every person in this room to believe in Shape Ukraine. To believe that our purpose will unite us. You can see it. Shape Ukraine. It was created in 2014, but it's more just a slogan. I want to give a chance for AIESEC in Ukraine to make it a movement. We can develop this culture not in our country. We can show the power of AIESEC in Ukraine globally. We can empower others by our culture. Let's build together and let's shape Ukraine together. Driven by purpose, purpose shapes Ukraine, united by Ukraine. Thank you.
MCP! 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 engagement to our MCP applicants during their opening speeches. Right now, this is our change in agenda. Right now, you will have a lunch for 45 minutes. That's the first update. The second update, we saw many clothes of bags sitting in the hall. You can all these bags are put in this right room. So every person who externals or you are going through this hall can have place. So just if you have this bag in the hall, replace it to that room. Yeah, right now we will update our agenda. You will know the process, our steps as a strategic speech. So right now, enjoy your lunch and see you soon. Thank you.
Karina.
Ego. No? Okay. Okay. Sit quiet. Can you one part? Okay. So we are continuing with our legislation meeting, and the next motion, number 7. Full members allow AIESEC and startups to ask questions. Within the question and answer session, AIESEC and startups may ask questions, and it's supported by full members AIESEC. Do you understand what it means? Okay, so you don't have each time you give the approval. And we also have a special, okay, proposed by the university, seconded by the member.
Okay.
4. 9. Against. 0. Abstention. 0. Motion passes. And we also have a special order for questions. Do you know them? Do you know this order? You all okay? You follow it. Amazing. So the next motion is motion number 8. Is to hold a strategic session for the position of the member council president 25-26, candidate number 1, Lisa Kravchenko. Listen to a strategic speech for 20 minutes and conducting a question and answer session up to 40 minutes. The session may be extended if it's voted for. Proposed by Harkin, seconded by Kate. 4. 9. Against. 0. Abstention. 0. And motion passes, and we can now greet the applicant. So still, each time the applicant comes here, we have to greet him as well, loud, cheering, and so on. So.
So 1, 2, 3. Nice. These technologies are killing me today. Strategy presentation, yes. And to start this speech, I would like to actually come back to our previous speech, opening one, where I said to you that we have to focus on answering those questions: words over actions, indifference over leadership, past over future, because they will determine where we go as an organization. And as an organization, we would really like to be the one which is relevant for Ukraine, not the only just another organization. So The goal of this speech is to answer how AIESEC will be relevant for Ukraine in term 25-26 and after. That's why my vision is act today to shape tomorrow. It is about doing consistent actions every day, because actually our tomorrow will be today someday. And this vision is also about having dreams, understanding our dreams, but make them reality through our actions toward them. I chose this vision because of the potential that we have as an organization, potential that is undercover, that we do not use fully, actually. We strive to achieve a lot and we really believe in it, and I see that we can do it. But on the way to our goal, we lack consistency of actions and lasting vision. Let's try to find out one of the options for this consistency of actions and lasting vision. So, how do we understand that we are relevant for our realities as an organization? Of course, through exchange. If we do a lot of exchange, we develop more leadership for this country, leaders of today who are going to shape our tomorrow. So my strategy is based on the number of exchange that we would like to achieve from approvals and realizations. They are the most tangible measurements of impact for our organization because of our why, what, how, and who. And right now, the way we do exchange is well-developed. We cannot say that our OPS is bad, that we do not know how to do exchange. No, but the way we support this operational growth should be improved. This is our growth from semester to semester, starting from 23.1 and finishing by 24.2. You do not need to know numbers that are on the screen. You just need to follow colors. More of the green color, less of the green color, starting to see more red. And now we have almost all numbers either red or not identified. So that means that organization, we are not growing enough to have at least some green colors. Yes, you could say that in 23.2 it was easier to grow because we just started to rebuild our exchange. Yes, it is. But why are we not growing right now, at least for like 1% yearly? Why? As AIESEC in 24-25 OC term, we put the goal to change 565 lives, and we achieved 56% of it. And we, at the same time, had 996 members. So these numbers show us either we do 0.32 approvals per member, or we give only 1/3 part of our membership understanding of AIESEC and its essence. I believe it's mostly about this one. And this number makes membership and us understand AIESEC as an organization that doesn't challenge membership enough, doesn't develop leadership, their leadership through this challenge enough. Intends to do processes for processes, not for results. And that AIESEC lack of clearance of how the essence of organization is aligned on all functional levels and generally on organizational levels as well. We do not have LCs that are green in our OD model. And also, we hear constantly from members and understand on our own that AIESEC is complex, AIESEC is not enjoyable, AIESEC is not in the ecosystem of other NGOs that have similar goals to ours. So, this was impacted by different aspects, external aspect and internal aspect. You cannot focus on screen, just listen to me, there will be a lot of words on the slides. External aspects, we all know it. What about internal? We have a lot of problems that I just put there for you to understand that it's not even the full list. And it's the points where we have potential to develop, to grow, and to capitalize on these points. Let's look at all of them more precisely. So, but before, based on those analytics, based on network talks, based on my vision of how other organizations are being developed and other entities, I decided that 3 main battles for us to tackle in 25-26 are going to be OD battle, finance battle, and market battle. For RD, it's about refreshment of our processes, culture, coverage of LC gaps, and startups upgrades to LCs. For finances, diversification of our revenues, having investment, having BD plan achievement to ensure that we are sustainable for future generations. For market, stabilization of partnerships, university relations, exchange-based PR appearances. And working on them allows us to actually achieve our final goal to firstly grow our chapters and people there, and for sure to boost our operations to be more relevant for Ukraine in the next terms and after. What you saw in my application, for example, from culture side, because culture it's strategy for breakfast. That right now we are more in clan culture characteristics with points of advocacy. That means that we are building around people, but we're lacking more more dedication, more actions, more consistency, as I always say during those speeches. We value growth, we value unity, we value striving for excellence, but we are lacking sustainability, accountability, maturity, proactivity, continuous development. And we all are driven by the shaping Ukraine. So for the cultural aspect, from our point A to our point B, which is having more advocacy culture, personalized development of membership, leading to perform, not only managing to perform, having clear why for everyone, having daily actions, accountability, healthy competitiveness for operational growth. For this, we have to go from this point to B by keeping exchange focus, striving for excellence, growth mindset, and everything else that you see on the screen. How? By focusing on exchange role and showcasing on our internal level, so every member of organization understands why. Through boosting leadership capacity of our team leaders and therefore of our membership. Through development of dynamics processes, through being exposed as organization externally. So when member just starting its way in organization, they understand already what AIESEC is about. And having even more tight NLB cooperation, because it's the system that allows MC and LC levels to align and to have united direction for our future. Moving to another aspect, financial instability of entity. Right now we're seeing that with every year our LC's closing balance is higher, our MC closing balance is lower. And right now our entity MOCR is 3.3, which means that if we do not have any profits during the next 3 months, we will not be existing as AIESEC in Ukraine. What else? How is it happening? So right now, what I see from data, and you can see from data, that our operational focus is not in focus. From revenues distribution, we have revenues from products 37%, while at the same time, we overachieved revenues from local PD, from EVA, and we also overachieved costs for EVA, but underachieved costs for marketing. So we could put more costs in marketing, develop our market, be more visible for people around there, and distribute more money for products, which didn't happen. And also we generally achieved only 43% of revenues from our products. What about other aspects? We also underachieved in national BD, which leads to less sustainability of our organization, and mainly it's about this number of MC clothing bands. How to balance the situation, how to give us enough financial boosting to ensure that we have our stable future to develop operations and to develop organization. Through BD capacity boosting and working in power corner like OBS plus BD plus finances plus MCP, and having fundraising variety. Through OBS productivity growth and IGV in profit, and investing strategies and financial knowledge growth in LC's leadership bodies. What about our membership experience? Right now we see that actually our team members, team leaders and coordinators, they're having nice enough experience, but what about members? They're lacking their development, motivation, and satisfaction from this organization, which impacts that they have less performance. When they have less performance, they do not go further in organization. We lack pipeline on member level. After that, it's lack of pipeline on middle management level. After that, we are having a lack of EB pipelines, and we do not cover all necessary positions. That means we have less capacity. But focuses are still the same. Like we have a lot of focuses, less capacities. What's here? We should focus on some leadership capacity boost, personalized development for members, and relevant arenas for them. Focus on membership lifespan. Do we value how much time member stays in organization? Operational growth. Coming to our essence from all these aspects, how can we boost operations as well? Through membership productivity growth, through extending and strengthening marketing support, and through driving exchange by OD and by a mix. These are all the nice words, but let's go to concretica. So my solution for all of this is those strategies. My main big hair audacious goal, which is that in 10 years, AIESEC engaged 10% of Ukrainian youth in our initiatives. How? Just imagine if we could do twice more exchanges every year. Just imagine if we also could do twice more incoming exchange every year. So we not only affect our people who go on exchange or come on exchange, but also people who they work with, and also people who enroll in AIESEC. So let's focus on sustainability and development, impactful growth, reinforcement and recognition, which leads us to growth in approvals and realizations. First strategy is sustainability and development. Here we're talking about shaping the systems, having better MXP, and having money to ensure that we have financial sustainability. I propose to boost MC capacity by having OD corner, creating strategic 3 years roadmap where we put all this vision and ensure that our actions now are lasting for future. Stabilize and grow startups. So we ensure that we not only put our capacity in opening, but also they will after become LCs and they will grow with us. Boost EST productivity as the main capacity support for MC team for implementation of strategies and development of this entity as well. And reduce knowledge gap in local committees and startups, especially on the moment of legacy transition. For MXP, here we should understand how our processes can drive exchange. We should focus on team leader capacity, their leadership capacity, create some leadership growth path for membership. So when they come to organizations, they already see how they will be developed in the next 30, 60, 90 days and after. And membership experience branding, it's about adding relevance for members to stay in organizations through showcasing more of exchange and their personal development. What about money? Here we are having our national BD focuses shifting. So for example, how I see it, in first semester BD will be focusing on fundraising. So we are trying to have our grants of institutional grants and grants for operations. So in first semester, we can have our money to support us to go to the next semester where we can get money from BD. During the first semester, we just started building building our relations with partners and attract them. So we ensure by this that in the second semester, those partners are willing to work with us and are willing to work with us on long-lasting base. So yeah, it's also about knowledge-based fundraising to ensure that we do not just applying for grants not knowing the internal system, but also that we have enough understanding in our heads and do it professionally. Extent of fundraising resources. There are not only grants, actually, there are also other fundraising sources that we do not work right now with, but we could extend them. And being more data and customized to our BD partners, showing more of how we really impact by our exchange. And start process of IGTA or IGT reopening, which will be more relevant in second semester to ensure that also we are going to have partnerships not that just support our events, but also that support our exchange. And alumni strategic involvement in supporting us with knowledge and being advisors for MC. What about reinforcement and recognition, by which we have to ensure stakeholders' response and engagement, cooperation with NGOs, and exchange exposure? Here we are going to focus on brand exposure of AIESEC in Ukraine and market penetration. What about brand exposure? It's mostly about PR and showcasing our exchange, result of exchange. Here we are going to create our tone of voice, have our visibility campaigns, and start doing PR on MC level, knowledge-based, and not like just some pointing PR activities, but the whole strategy. Here we have to also increase our governmental support, so they can support us in creating, for example, national global village, on providing us with spaces, on supporting our outgoing EPs with visas, with discounts, with anything. And here, by having this strategy, we are going to have trustful brand that will attract more people, that will minimize questions, and ensure that we are always having our audience with us. For market penetration, it's about having long-lasting relations with universities, where is our main audience. It's about content evolution, so we can really capitalize on how we promote and show our exchange from the point of person who is now on exchange can show their experiences more better, and can really diversify our social medias. This is about also brand ambassadors of exchange creation for both OGX and ICX, and growing amount of national media. And it all leads that we have in the end of the next term our impactful growth by capitalizing on IGV opportunities and introducing OPS to more stakeholders. Here is mostly about IGV volumes boosting, because IGV can really be the important PR tool for us, but not only PR, but generally motivational, inspirational tool to increase our membership understanding of AIESEC. When volunteers come here, not we send them and do not see how it really impacts on the place. And also about generally OPS capacity boosting. Because we understand that right now OGX will be our main source of revenues, and that we still want to grow in, we want to grow in all exchange, not only IG. So here it's about BD IGV synergy, having bigger market for IGV, and having branding initiatives with it, and having opens with government, with organizations, with funds. For OPS capacity, it's about upscaling our IRs and diversifying them, starting doing exchange with mobility programs, why not, and using more technologies and data to ensure that we are making decisions based on something, not only our thoughts. And also having something that can support our APs who are students with getting to the country of exchange, like discounts for bus, trains, insurances, and so on. And developing, running remote OGTA. Who are going to do every of these strategies? For sure, MC team, which is 12 MC members and MCP. And in this MC team, there will be 3 main critical synergies: Power Corner synergy, OD plus OPS, BXP plus OPS plus PR and GR, which ensures that all of these strategies are aligned and lead us to the main goal. And a bit more about the structure. There will be 12 members because it allows us to have maximum capacity for each member, and it's amplifying productivity of MC, so it really ensures that strategies are going to be implemented. PR and GR person will be also the extra capacity for BD Corner to boost NGO collaborations, government support, and create this unique tone of voice for our OPS. MXP as a part of OD for membership development, be the part of organizational growth, and not only people per people, and for ensuring alignment of OD and MX processes and having them toward the exchange. And BD, who will be the head of corner, focus solely on coverage of our financial needs with no commission and additional projects to not be defocused, and to really push this financial stability for our next grows as entity. So those were my strategies and the teams that are going to be the main drivers of those strategies. And with those words, I just remind you that we start acting today to shape our tomorrow.
Thank you, Lisa. So now we are going to have a Q&A session that will take 40 minutes, and we will have the next order: Чернівці, Харків, Київ, Київ Universities, Львів, Одеса, Тернопіль, Дніпро, Івано-Франківськ, Вінниця, Черкаси, Кропивницький, Рівне. And after that, we can have 2 questions from the audience. Then we'll have the same order. And then again, 2 questions from the audience, and we will see how many times we will have. Yes?
I suggest to have a free chair here. Like we can give
Yeah, Lisa, in case if you want to sit, you'll have the chairs.
I would better stay.
Stay?
Yes, yes.
Okay, but we will have this, we will have this here. We'll have the chair. So you will have okay, we'll have 30. You will have 30 minutes. Yeah, seconds to think, if you want to think, and 1 minute for an answer. But if you don't need to take it that time, you don't take that, and you will have only 1 minute. So it works like that. Then also have some information for you about the questions and how it will be. So first, again, I will remind you that no cheers allowed for answers, no comments or debates, no double questions. It means that you ask only 1 question and not 2 questions within that.
I have a logistical element that will prevent question and answers. Daniel will track your time, so he might cut you when time is up.
Yeah, thank you. Also, no questions from the questionnaire, so it means that no questions that were already in the application form, just don't do it again. And no personal or too technical questions, like no personal questions. So we can start. The time goes. So, Chelsea.
Thank you. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. So, hello, I'm MCP of AIESEC in Labour Republic. Due to safety concerns regarding recent attacks in Ukraine, I want to stop our cooperation on your IGV pilot project.
I will answer here with data about those wybuchy, explosions and attacks, and show regions where it was and regions where we have our projects, and then remind you about the value why we do exchange, because exchange is not being done in general environment, it's challenging environment. We ensure that this challenging environment is mostly safe for our APs. We ensure everything from our side, and we provide those leadership experiences for people to see the diversity of the world, to understand better that the world is really complex, and to think about the world that they would like to have in their countries. Would they like to have similar state, or they would like act today already to ensure that their country is going to be developed by them as leaders?
Yes, thank you for your speech. Please, Lisa, prioritize the following in order of importance to you as an MCP. Financial stability, number of approvals, quality of AIESEC experience, visibility of AIESEC in Ukraine.
Financial stability, visibility, number of approvals, quality. By having financial stability, we can ensure that we put enough capacity in our membership and exchange and visibility. By having enough visibility, we ensure that we have more market understanding of our exchange and that members are coming to organizations, stay here and enjoy it here. By having more numbers of approvals, we are going to have more quality experiences, both for membership and exchange participants.
Thank you.
Great.
Дякую за спіч. Скажи, будь ласка, які основні майлстоуни в AIESEC 2030 ти можеш передбачити, і як загалом бачиш роботу Entity в досягненні Return Direction в терміні як MCP?
AIESEC 2030 is going to be diversification and personalization of exchange experiences. Diversification means that we open exchange in more entities and that we support those entities with development there. Personalization means that entities are going to have their own unique projects or that they are going to find new ways to attract their EPs and to work with them. Also, it will be about growing membership productivity and also growing through this number of exchanges to ensure that we can actually A/B test everything that can be on exchange and rise quality of it. AIESEC in Ukraine in this picture will be the entity firstly who will boost exchange by having more ICX, adding one more entity with IGV that will allow more European and generally entities to send this, their EPs here and boost their OGV, for example. And AIESEC in Ukraine will be the entity that will have growth in OGX, which will be really.
Okay, Lisa, thanks for your speech. In your opinion, tell us what is the essence of AIESEC in Ukraine for a new generation of Ukrainian youth in 2025?
To support our country in times of uncertainty and create a certainty by ensuring that our leadership actions are directed on amplifying this country, ensuring that people are staying here and getting development here, want to live but not live, and creating a future for us when war stops, or ensuring that we are going to have that future.
Okay, Lisa, thank you for your speech. There is in this hall sitting right now a lot of people who potentially can apply in the next MCT. Please give for these people a short speech right now and explain them why should they apply in your MCT.
So, dear AIESECers, AIESEC have been your house, your home for the last 2 or 3 years, and it gave you a lot of self-development, network, wider perspective on the world. I believe that right now you have a lot of knowledge and understanding of what you want, what you need, why you're here. And I believe that most of you are questioning yourself, should I go further in MC or should I go, for example, for a job or university? I'm telling you that it's your choice, but just imagine the life when you're applying to MC, you're creating and implementing those strategies, you feel your connection to the entity even more, and you put your personal why in development of AIESEC in Ukraine. And then 1 year later, maybe you're staying here or sitting in an audience, delivering speech, and understand that you've done huge work for yourself and for the entity, that you inspired hundreds of people and you made yourself even more prouder right now. Why you need to apply to my team?
Так, дуже дякую за твій спіч. А можеш розказати, будь ласка, як ти буде, як ти плануєш працювати з президентами, з ОСІПами,
І чи хотіла би ти змінити рутину праці з ними?
I believe that BOP as a body has very huge importance and impact on how we are going and developing as an organization. Are we aligned or not? So I would like to really have a lot of understanding and agreement within the body. For this, I would like to keep similar routine that Nasta has right now with her BOP. So it's ensuring that we are having our calls, that we are having summits, that we are having our understanding. And I would like to add more personal connection to BOP if next BOP would see the relevance in it, for us to be in the boards that supports each other and that understands each other's realities, and that I, as MCP, can support your LCs, your startups in development that you need, and you personally as people who actually have no direct team leader but still need someone who can give another perspective.
Thanks, Lisa, for your speech. I have a question. How do you think what might be the biggest challenge for AIESEC as organization the next years?
Being entity in debt or being entity that is to be closed. It's one of them. Other that can be connected to our external reality if the war state is going to be even stricter and more people are going to have less understanding of today. So less membership or membership abroad, again online. I think that those two are going to impact our organization in the most negative way.
Назви, будь ласка, одну найголовнішу річ, яку, на твою думку, треба змінити в AIESEC в Україні в наступному терміні.
I would say actions. We should change our actions to more meaningful one, consistent actions that give us joy, actions that develop our environment like AIESEC in Ukraine, no matter in which function the person is, and actions that support us as an organization that lead us to tomorrow.
Дякую за твій спіч і за стратегії. Ось, чи ви, будь ласка, головні ачівменти і фейлери попередніх MCP, що би ти хотіла все ж таки продовжувати як легасі, і що би ти хотіла припинити, або ж, наприклад, покращити?
Can I ask how many MCPs?
Останній день.
Без точно.
Okay.
Скільки можеш?
Okay, MCP 2425 achievement is getting this entity back to exchange mindset in all LC startups. Ensure that it's not a question anymore. But the failure is building our brand capacity. MCP 2324. I need more time to think. MCP 2324 talking on international plenary and telling about AIESEC in Ukraine consistently, which was established by MCP 2223 but grew by Katya. The failure is not closing project management for too long, having it in her structure, and
Дякую за спіч. Як ти плануєш адаптувати AIESEC в Україні до сучасних викликів та потреб молоді? Візьмемо, до прикладу, демографічну кризу, молодь виїжджає з країни.
Does it work? Oh, yeah, nice. So, based on your example, why youth is leaving our country? Because they see no future here, no opportunities. We as AIESEC in Ukraine, we can provide those opportunities for them, not directly, but we can build up people's characters and understanding of the country realities, what they can do here, and develop their skills for this. This is one of the examples. So, AIESEC in Ukraine, wait, I reminded your questions. So we will adapt if we develop our membership systems and if we point to the exchange growth, because while we're having more exchange, we're having more membership engaged in it, understanding the essence, development leadership, staying in country because they are not afraid of the facing realities of today. They're ready to act for this country and stay here and develop it already as young leaders.
Дякую, Ліза. Моє питання стосується твоєї стратегії to run remote OGTA. В чому ти вбачаєш релевантність для України remote OGTA? І якщо ми кажемо про структурне розуміння, як будуть отримувати стажери, це під час remote?
So relevance of OGTA is being inclusive, allowing those who cannot leave the country right now to have those experiences and building up our labor capacity, because market right now is unstable, but we allow people to have this job and to develop their skills to then apply for other jobs in Ukraine. For us, it's also an opportunity to boost our OGTA numbers and grow in rankings, because we will have much more applicants then. And about their cultural exchange in this case, still they are going to be working in the company of internationals, and they're going to learn their and culture, working culture, some traditions and so on. For OGT, it's not much about this cultural exchange, but more about skills development, which we also need to focus on while running our products in our realities as AIESEC in Ukraine.
AIESEC in Ukraine.
Дякую за твій спіч. Чи розглядаєш ти можливість фокусу в стартапах на IGV замість OGV? Адже свого часу це спрацювало в профі і буде гарно працювати на бренд-бусті.
Yes, as I had in my strategies, there will be 2 startups who are going to first run OGV in this semester, and from the next term, I'm seeing them as IGV startups, Rivne and Cherkasy. So by them, because of their being in more safe regions, it's the main point why I consider those startups. And yes, I see more relevance in having IGV experiences in startups, because then membership of startups are having this experience right here, right now, and they are more engaged and motivated and interested. And in startups, we usually have their membership instability. This will solve that issue.
Окей, дякую, Ліза, тобі за твій спіч. У мене буде питання, як би ти могла оцінити релевантність теперішньої культури на етиці, власне, по яких критеріях ти можеш сказати, що вона є релевантною? Окей.
Those were my criteria for evaluating our entity culture. And as I see, our culture right now is relevant, like the culture of shaping Ukraine, exchange culture. Most of the people evaluated it as very developed and seen in their LCs and startups. So for now, we have really nice focus on being relevant entity for Ukraine. And the thing that is not really relevant for our goals is having this clan, mainly clan focus. When we are in adhocracy cultures organization, it really allows us to boost those characteristics that we are talking about and that we are striving to.
Okay, so now we can have two questions from the audience. Who would like? Okay, first one. Sorry. And please, everyone from the audience who asks something, just introduce yourself first.
Yes, my name is Nasa. I'm a mental security pharmacy in Kharkiv. And first of all, Lisa, thank you for your speech and strategies. I have one question for you. Please name your three strengths and three qualities that you would like to change in yourself as a leader for your team, for your potential team, I mean in the MCP.
Should I answer the question that was an application? Because it was kind of...
I guess the part of, correct me if I'm wrong, my dear POV, the part of what we would like to develop on MCP role wasn't in application form, so you can like kind of answer and shortly, like 3 seconds, repeat your strong sides and what you would like to know.
Okay. So to develop is to be less focused on details, over focused I can be sometimes. Develop my sympathy in leadership, hear my colleagues and team more, and have more words in English. 1 second. Okay, develop my negotiation skills, I believe. My strengths, I'm really hardworking. I know how to drive my goals and how to drive them to other people. What else? Yes, I'm really driven by data and can make conclusions based on that.
Thank you. And one more question from the audience. If we have one. Okay, as you can check it.
Okay, thank you. So how do you see your synergy with MCP and MXP to ensure membership volumes needed to achieve our OPS goals?
So actually for now we have almost enough of our membership volumes to achieve our goals and even those goals that are on the slide. As MCP, I'm going to work in direct synergy with MCP POD, and MCP POD will be the one who will be working with MXP. So how to ensure that we have a not drop in the volumes? It's a reviewing of our OC management and network systems and refreshing of our recruitment. As recruitment, I also add here part of the early onboarding, where we introduce organizational culture and set the first expectations with memberships. And as well, here it's going to be development of a reward and recognition system. They can be more diverse and really engage our members into achieving them and being driven by those recognition. As well, it is going to be boosting our membership to stay in the organization through team leaders who are supporting them as their leaders.
Зараз, на щастя, у нас у більшості локальних комітетів відкривається ІКВ, слава Богу. Але як ти думаєш, як MC 2506 або продуктові віце-президенти мають працювати так, щоб, наприклад, локальні комітети не втратили відсоток свого контриб'юшну в загальному проєкт, яких не відкриється ІКВ в найближчі 1-2 роки, і це, ну, наприклад, точно.
So I see that for the LCs where there will not be IGV, for the young people in their cities, it will be even more relevant in OGX development. So if they understand the market and work more with it, and if those LCs and startups will be more visible in their cities for the young youth, then there will be more approvals for those LCs. But also by implementing strategies of LC's gaps coverage and boosting OPS based on clusters, then it will be done more like from functional side.
Моє питання про NLB. Скажи, будь ласка, як ти бачиш загалом процес прийняття стратегічних рішень для entity, включаючи NLB, щоб зробити його більш ефективним та звучити загалом думки і опинії різних комітетів та стартапів?
The most direct answer and way is together feedbacks of NLB and their inputs on what would they like to see as entity direction during the one-to-ones and BOP meetings. I would say that we would have different meetings every week, and on one of each will be alignment on entity direction and LC development. But also BOP are going to have a steering team which is going to put their inputs into the MC planning closer, but also and generally BOP are going to feedback planning, and it will be alignment during the cluster calls and coach calls with MC and LCPs, startup heads as well.
Okay. Lisa, tell us, how will you develop the leadership within MC members as an MCP 2526 to ensure they provide growth and functional knowledge for EPs of AIESEC in Ukraine?
I believe that for the answer for this question is going to be develop their mindset, their knowledge through delivering spaces during our MC meetings. Right now we do not have those tradition, but I would like really introduce this to my MC. Also having MC coaches if they feel a need in them from alumni or MCs from different entities. And what else I wanted to say? Education. Coaches as alumni, and mainly supporting them in personal education. I can support them with my own experiences, some books, videos, and so on. It will be a part of this cycle. Creating some development plans for MCs, for example, based on what they would like to develop and what I see is needed for their functional.
Okay, Lisa, please name the 3 main risks that AIESEC in Ukraine will have during the next MC tour, and which actions the next MC team can take to avoid these risks.
issues on IGV realizations that are going to lead to the closing of IGV in some LCs or the whole, and also that can cause PR issues internally, externally, like in our organization and in our country. The second one is dropping of LCs and startups, and therefore closing of some startups and downgrading of LCs. And generally our financial state, which is not like, if it's not going to be improved, this is a third risk. For what can MC team do is to implement the strategies. For example, for IGV, it's focusing on SIGs and getting experiences from us and this developing RAM. For the second one, which is dropping of LCs, is about organizational development strategies. And the third one is about BD boosting on national level and diversification of our fundraising resources, and ensuring that on local level LCs are having their money from products and like grow their operations to receive those money.
IGV це те, що ми тільки починаємо працювати як entity, як уникнути того ризику, що більшість локальних комітетів не були перемогою.
I believe that AIESEC International already supported us with answering this question, because they made us to go through a lot of budget plannings, risk management and so on, and now we know how to establish IGV for LCs in the way that they are going to preferably have a profit, so like risk management, also support having funds in local committees that will be supporting IGV, for example, from revenues from other products or from partners, creating those partnerships that are going to cover costs for IGV, and actually having that financial model that supports us and have most of the cost covered by OP or sponsors. And ensuring that we are working with stable hosts, we do not put money there, and ensuring that we are having grants, for example, for National Global Village, so that event will not go into the loss or costs. And that applies also to local global villages.
Lisa, how do you want to see AIESEC in Ukraine in 3 years?
I still like to answer very similar answer I already gave on similar question by the quote from the news title. So it will be that AIESEC in Ukraine conducted one of the biggest events for youth in Ukraine, National Global Village, where they gathered more than 300 of young leaders and introduced cultures of 20 countries. And AIESEC in Ukraine is also known for having not only incoming but outgoing exchange. Read about it in our next article.
Як має змінитись бренд AIESEC серед екстernal світу, щоб ми могли нарощувати свої share capacity та тим самим досягати амбітних цілей, про які ми говоримо?
Right now, external world doesn't pay a lot of attention to AIESEC or say that we are in bubble. This is the quote from the representative of other organization. We are a bit of closed into communication with other NGOs and partners. So I believe that we have to be more open, trustful, to share our results on our not social media, but site, for example, reportings, and to ensure that heads of organizations are communicating and their PR people also communicating, and create some collaboration projects or visiting events. So as AIESEC in Ukraine, we are open, we are trustful, and we are visible. in the ecosystem of NGOs of Ukraine and generally civil society sector.
Так, дуже буде питання. Як ти бачиш AIESEC 2025, яка молодь у нас буде приходити в цей рік? Трішки опиши, що це за молодь, і загально, як ми маємо працювати з цією молоддю, якими навичками володіє ця молодь, чого ми можемо навчити цих молодих людей, що думаєш про це?
I believe that there are going to be value-driven people because right now young people already have the values set in a younger age, and those are going to be partly people who are coming here for more personal experience and development and network, motivated network. Partly they will be people who are coming here for volunteer experiences to support the country and to check how they can impact here. How and what we can teach them? We can teach them their like self-understanding, self-awareness about their strengths and weaknesses, how to capitalize them, how to play with them in their functions. We can teach them specific functional knowledge based on what they go, and we can teach them on vision of what those young people can do as young leaders, and on vision why this country needs them and why they need Ukraine.
So, in your application form, you wrote about creating mixed clustering system and how cluster routine commissions. So, what is it for and what is the value of these clusters?
The main idea of having clustering system is ensure that our chapters are developed equally on the level that they need. Our chapters have their different focus, struggles, and battles, and we have to ensure that we understand them and that we work with them in the customized way. This cluster system allows us to build a group of LCs that are startups that have similar struggles or similar goals and support them within this cluster from the way of LCPs or startup heads working together and from the way of the person who is going to be responsible for this cluster. That's a question why, and that's it. Let it be.
Дякую, Ліна. Наступне питання таке. Розкажи, які три найбільших загрози та можливості ти бачиш для External Relations AIESEC в Україні у терміні 25 років?
So for the opportunities, it is going to be having the strategy of fundraising diversification done. So getting those money from different sources. Also, it's local BD and EVA. And the third one is having enough of our presence in media and in our developing brands through our social media as well. For the загрози, it's going to be not achieving our BD goal in the first semester because it will also impact the second even worse. There can be again PR issues because of IGV realizations going wrong.
Thank you, Lisa. What will be your actions as MCP 2526 to build a strong and diverse culture of AIESEC in Ukraine that will attract and keep people in the organization for the next 5 years?
Main steps for the culture is reminding our people constantly about why we're doing why we are doing exchange, what is the relevance of them for our organization, for people who are doing those exchange, and for people who are going on exchange. So it is developing our internal communication systems, and it is personally about me as MCP delivering it through Essence sessions, ensuring that what was it? Okay, ensuring that our conferences are covering those answers, and that we as network provide enough, Karina, it was you, enough network alignment on how we would like to deliver this. Also implementing like MXP strategies or these strategies, and if AIESEC member sees if we create this culture not only internally but externally, it will also support our membership in not questioning it, because they will see it constantly.
Окей. У мене є питання, як ти бачиш роботу ОПС-координатора з заяром, оскільки якість та живаність мов IG та IGC знижується, і це, власне, один з таким блоком, що не дає нам проводити в округах і безпосередньо впливає на бренд. Дякую.
I would say personal communication, so having whole or most of OPS Corner on international and regional conferences, either as delegates, FASIs, and sending them as facilitators and chairs for international conferences, or inviting our partners as our chairs conferences. And the next one is leaderships, MC leaderships, and even if there is LCP or LCVP going on, it's still values. Then it will be also about having IR collaboration campaigns or events together. And let me think a bit more, I have time. And generally alignment on MCP to MCP level and OPS to OPS, or MCVPs on MCVPs.
If you let me, we have 1 minute left. So the last question will be from myself. Lisa, яка твоя, от якщо ти стаєш МСПом, яка твоя найбільша мрія на чорному? Що ти тут найбільше хочеш, бачиш, мариш?
It's a hard one. It is the hardest question from all of those before, I say. Okay, I would say that my biggest dream is to, first of all, like realistic dream, is to achieve the number of approvals that we are going to set, and like more ephemeral or like a not tangible dream is to have twice more people on their next MCP elections and have a bit more applicants. So see that I could shape this entity, its culture, and more AIESECers right now are interested in the next generation that is going to come.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. So, do we have to continue the question and answer session? Do we have this Zapad from LCPs? No. Okay. So, with this, Lisa, thank you so much, and I'm happy to say that we finished question and answer session for the applicant, Lisa Kravchenko.
Nice. Let's start with my strategic speech. And first of all, I also would like to introduce myself a little bit more. So you can see also here on this left side my experiences which I had in AIESEC, and you can see that plenty of them were like in exchanges and marketing mostly. Also I had LCP position, and right now I'm MCP operations and brand experience. And if we are talking more about externally or some random facts from AIESEC, I'm also 2.5 years working in data analytics, and also, as you know, I'm a bachelor in applied mathematics. So nice, and let's move further. So basically, here I will be talking more about what is our current state, and then I would be telling you and proposing my solutions which I have based on different areas which we're also facing. And I would like also to start with the fact that our MC financial resources, unfortunately, since the start of the full-scale invasion, are dropping. And we also need to be focused more on us acting sustainably and also on us raising and ensuring that next generation actually have some ability to cover our basic costs. So for this, I actually propose to have two main strategies. First one is focused on national sales, and generally out of this strategy, I would like to have a profit of 200,000 hryvnias. You can also here to scan a QR code where you can see the strategies in more detail. Yes, so basically it's about national sales revenues, and also it's about our fundraising, which is covering our costs as an MCT. Yes, and if we are talking more about national sales, it's more about market research and updating of portfolio in order to be focused more on the covering business pains. So it can be something connected to junior position covering, it can be something about marketing, website opportunities, and so on, depending on what are current strategies and also what are current pains of the business. Then it's also developing sales work with objectives. So generally analyzing what are main refuses of the companies, why they're refusing, and how we can actually upscale and make it better. Also sales, also about alumni mentorship, and so on. And for fundraising part, it's more about training session for MC about fundraising. Also can be conducted by alumni, for example, who are working in this sphere or working in other spheres. It's also about getting personal contacts with donors. It's about re-raising donors, and also generally working also with governmental relations for our financing, university relations, brand, and visa issues, which we are also kind of facing right now as a part of IGB. Yes, so this is mainly what I would like to be as my first priority for the next MC term. And if we are talking to the next bottlenecks which we are also facing, it's our operational plan achievement. Generally, for our operational plan achievement, we have around 40% of plan achievement for this semester, which also kind of critical for us because we planned much more than we achieved. And why it also happened, and like another issue that we're also facing, this is our drop mainly in middle management compared to what was 1 year ago. You can see here different LCs or startups, and generally it also was data mostly taken, for example, from National Goals Tracker. So here you can see that many LCs are facing the problem of dropping or not, for example, growing in the membership, which also kind of a problem for us. And also what is more interesting that we are having a drop in our performance, we are having a drop in our pipeline, and we are having a dependency, is that pipeline also depends on performance. The more people are performing, the more they want to apply for higher position. And this is also kind of why they're developing. They're developing and they want to challenge themselves even more. Yes. And now also I would like to make some activity for you in order not to get overloaded with such amount of information. So the first question would be, raise your hand if you micro-tracked your membership during previous semester. Okay, that's true. Let's go. Raise your hand if you did tasks instead of your membership. So in case you were on team leader positions, you did tasks instead of your middle, or instead of your members. On VPs, you did tasks instead of your middle management. Okay. And the last one, raise your hand if you gave more to improve feedback to your membership instead of more focusing on their strengths and instead of focusing what they're actually good at. Okay, less people, that's good. But let's see. But mainly when I was also making some analytics before it and also understanding what is the current culture, understanding what is the current state, I also find out that these are also kind of main problems. The way we are working with our memberships, the way we are leading them, and the way that we are mostly micro-tracking them in case we are facing some challenges, instead of giving them this opportunity to grow, instead of giving them this opportunity to actually did some mistakes. So this is also about cultural management, because as also you know that culture is what happens when leader is not in the room. And culture is what happens when people actually want to achieve their goals. They will be achieving their goals, no matter how deeply you're micro-tracking them. If you're texting to them, I don't know, every day, or if you're not doing this that much. So basically, as for this, my second priority, which will support our operational growth, of course, is basically people. So for people, I would like as the main measure of success, I would like to be measuring membership achieving their goals. And I would like to see it as 70%. It's the same QR code, but you still can scan it. And for the first part, it's about organizational development. So as I told you previously, a lot of things are depending on the culture visa, which is in LC, or the culture which is in entity. So I would like also to be more into detailed tracking of this culture. And the next part, it's more about network management by ID. So it's about alignment, how we are delivering different network standards between, for example, coaching meetings, also between our commission heads, and also it's about campaigns, of course. The next part is about startups development and support, generally continuing also what we are doing right now as an MC team. And fourth and fifth parts are actually the projects which I also believe will be beneficial for us in order to grow in our exchanges and also to grow for us as an organization. So this is about roadmap of AIESEC in Ukraine, and also this is about growth path project creation, and it can be implemented by our coaching system. And the next part is actually about talent management. So for talent management, I would like to have an interview, for example, by MCVP talent management or by LCVPs who are actually creating this local customer persona. For example, assessing, going to different performing members and understanding who are these members who are actually performing in AIESEC and who are not performing. What is the difference between them? And also be focused on more like management, leadership skills, and also the background of people that we are recruiting. And also it's about local talent management evolution, be more aligned and be more focused inside the commission as well, because from what I also research, it's quite different from LC to LC, or even from startups, how we are working with membership. Are we focusing more on performance? Are we focusing more on tools planning? Or are we focusing more on engagement? And it's also about supporting this culture management, because of course LCVPs of talent management are also responsible for this with LCPs. And it's also about adjusting words and processes for Gen Z expectations. What does it mean exactly? So for example, when I asked you, raise your hand if you give more to improve feedback for your membership. But this is also one of the things which are Gen Z focused more on. Gen Z, I'm also a part of Gen Z, and also from what I researched, we are actually more like to hear some appreciation words. We like to encourage ourselves, we like to encourage others. And we also don't like to hear that many to improve feedback and also to be focused on these negative sides of our personalities. So this is about this. And also it's about making it as much as possible like faster results. For example, it also can be creating some kind of clash outs. It can be creating some kind of opportunities together for the whole LC, and in order to support performance and in order to support engagement. Yes. And of course, it's also about data analysis, because right now we also have different data in talent management, but we are not always knowing where exactly to look to understand what is the current problem in our LC or in our entity and so on. So it's also about like dipping more into the culture and understanding what is the current state. Yes, and out of all of this, out of like interviews and performing members and so on, we also should create a member journey design. So understand what are members actually going through and what they want like to change, how they want to achieve, for example, their goals. Yes, and the next one. So we are coming also to my third priority. Here you can see OGV signups. It only consists of like MC first term. So yes, you can see that we are currently, as MC Sun, we didn't grow in OGV signups compared to previous MC team first semester. So basically, this also means that we are like how we can grow in approvals if we are not growing in signups. For OGTA, we even dropped in the number of signups. Again, how we can grow in approvals if we are not growing in signups. And for OGTE, we actually grew in the number of signups. And again, we also grew a little bit, but still, if we are talking more about percentage, we grew in the number of approvals. So it all starts from the basics. It all starts from our attraction. So I truly believe for us, in order to actually achieve more in our OGX, we need also to achieve more in our marketing. And for IGV, I see the main problem that we are not having enough of our IR applies. So we are having mostly applies from like not our pilot IR, but actually organic one and more like random ones. So with this, I'm also proposing two strategies, two main ones, but also in the tool you can see some extra ones for operations, some tactics for this. But here, first one is about marketing. Marketing is about university market research because our main customer persona is actually inside the universities. These are students and we also need to develop them. And it's also working about promo tables, working more about the content, also developing digital marketing in this regard, working on Mojang synergy and also target ads development. And for IGV part, first of all, it's about realizations preparation, even though we are not having that many approvals, but we for sure need to ensure that our realizations will be going as smooth as possible, because these people will be promoting us to other friends, and they will also be promoting us to their IR partners. It's about branding strategy for IGV and, of course, IR development, and also about creation of IGV unique project. So yes, this is mainly for my tactics. And like to sum up what everything that I've said before, it's first priority to increase MC financial resources, because of course it's impacting us a lot. And also it's about increasing OPS volume, first of all by talent management and organizational development evolution. And the next part is about marketing growth in order to grow to OGX, in about IGV IR processes in order to grow in IGV, and therefore to grow in operations. And this is my proposed MC structure. You might also have seen this in the booklet, but generally I propose to have 11 people in the positive case scenario, and it also consists of management team, and then you can see also other SPC members as well. Yes, and here I would like to tell you more about my vision and why I believe this is that relevant for AIESEC in Ukraine right now. So you've seen different problems, you've seen different data about why, like for example, we are micro-tracking our middle management, why we are not achieving in this. And I truly believe if our membership is actually acting with passion, if our membership is actually wanting to achieve their goals, they will do it no matter what, no matter how big you're tracking them or how less you're tracking them. And this is what is it all about. So basically it's about like our membership and us as role models are acting with passion in order to achieve our goals. And the next part is about actually sparking exchange for Ukraine. Because I truly believe that our exchanges are this unique product, which we are also kind of highlighting, which we are sparking for the youth of Ukraine. And with these exchanges, we are actually developing our country and we are actually shaping it. So first of all, it's about achieving our ambitious goals through this passion. And second of all, it's about creating the life-changing opportunities in order to develop Ukraine. And with this, as a final measure of success for my strategies and for the term which I see, it's about 300 realizations. So basically 300 life changes experiences started. Thank you, and that's all for my strategic speech.
Okay, so now we can continue with our Q&A session. So Masha will have 30 seconds to think and 1 minute to answer. But if you do not take that time to think, you have only 1 minute.
Okay.
So this is the
Okay.
system. Also, Daniel will be tracking this time for you, and he will tell you when to stop and when to stop. Also, I will be sitting here. If you want, you can sit here and not to stand all the time.
Can I take water?
Yeah, you can take water, of course. So we are starting, and the first question is from AIESEC in Chamberlain.
Okay, Masha, thank you for your speech. So my question is, hello, I'm MCP of AIESEC in Czech Republic. Due to safety concerns regarding recent attacks in Ukraine, I want to stop our cooperation on your HB pilot project.
Okay. Thank you for the question. I will take 30 seconds. Okay, hello, really nice to meet you. And generally, I would like also to tell you more about Ukraine, and I would like to also understand more of your perspective. So let me also ask you some of the questions later on, and we can actually go for the call and discuss it more into details, because you might see different views, you might read different articles, but generally it's always better to understand and talk personally with the people. So I would like you to see Ukraine also from the different perspective. I would like to see not only how you're scared of Ukraine, but also to understand how Ukraine is beautiful and which traditions and culture we are having here. So what would you be able to go for a call with me?
Okay, next question from AIESEC in Kharkiv.
Маша, дякую тобі за спіч. Скажи, будь ласка, що ти як MCP 2926 точно не зробила для AIESEC України?
Дякую за питання. Я візьму 30 секунд. Угу. Я думаю, що я не змогла би відкрити IGV в усіх містах України.
Дякую, Маша, за спіч. Уяви, що ти була дала МСП, і ти будеш робити свій есенс на конференції Вітко. Тому я теж підготувала на списку. Це нас, але з проблем, які є current entity, це чим 40% операційної готовності, це минулий семестр, САП 50, і за тиждень до конференції в двох локальних комітетах ДТВ сталося прикривалися з мотивним висвітленням в локальних медіа.
Окей, я беру 30 секунд. Hello, dear AIESEC in Ukraine. And as you all know, our organization has started their existence after the Second World War in order to prevent similar conflicts. And here we were created by youth, and we were created for youth. And here, right now, we are also going through different challenges. We are going through different challenges in our plan achievement, in our realizations happening. But what I can tell you is that we cannot ever develop leadership without us going through these challenges, without us being united for one common goal, and without us being actually driven by this and actually going and understanding how we all together can solve current bottlenecks. Thank you.
Okay, Martha, thank you for your speech. My question will be some kind of related to this. In your opinion, please tell us what is the essence of AIESEC in Ukraine for a new generation of Ukrainian youth in 2025?
Дякую. 30 секунд візьму. Okay, I believe that our essence as AIESEC in Ukraine is into developing our young leaders and developing value-driven leaders in order to spark Ukraine and to make it even more known and even more understandable outside of our borders. Because we as an international organization can impact not only on Ukrainian youth, but we also can impact on other foreigners. And we also can understand how others are understanding ourselves and also how Ukraine is perceived abroad.
Okay, Masha, thank you for your speech. In your application form, you noted fundraising as your first priority. Can you please name me an example of other NGO in Ukraine that is successful in this aspect and what we could learn from it to also be attractive for donors?
Okay, thank you for the question. I will take 30 seconds. Угу. В цілому, наприклад, одна з організацій, теж представник якої знаходиться зараз тут, це НМРУ, і вони теж в цілому працюють, наприклад, в напрямку грантів, і ми, як AIESEC в Україні, вже частково взаємодіємо з ними. Наприклад, Аня, як MCP, Іва і Ліді їздила на форум, ну не на форум, а в Данію, в общем, на семінар. І що ми тут можемо зробити, це в цілому більше розуміти, яка є наша релевантність для грантів, і як конкретно, тобто більш деталізовано, що саме ми маємо там описувати, на що увагу звертають донори. Тобто це теж така ось собі комунікація в контексті того, де і як ми можемо розуміти, і де як ми можемо бути теж в цьому релевантними і деталізованими. Так.
Олеся. Так, дуже дякую за твій спіч. Можеш розказати, будь ласка, як ти будеш працювати з бот-комішеном?
Добре. Беру 30 секунд. Дякую за питання. Okay, so basically for BOP commission management, I see mostly to continue what we are having currently and like right now you're also having with your current commission head. So it's more about like routine management. So basically it's more about one-to-ones, it's more about commission calls, and also it's more about what is inside this like commission calls and what is inside of different one-to-ones. So basically I also would like to like give my perspective in case any of LCPs having any challenges inside their LCs, and also to understand and like to connect to them more.
Thank you, Masha, for your speech. And I have a question about how do you plan to position Ukraine among the IRs on the next 25-26 term as a potential MCP?
Thank you for the question. I will take 30 seconds. Okay, as for me, there are two main points. First of all, this is about like how Ukraine is perceived as a country. I would like it to be seen as a rich country of rich traditions, of rich culture and rich history. And secondly, also I would like for other people to be aware of the current state which is happening right now in terms of war. So basically understand main patterns and also understand the state, for example, on the east of Ukraine near the front line is different what's happening in the center of in the west of Ukraine. And secondly, I also would like to be Ukraine pursued as like exchange oriented entity, and also for others to be interested into developing their leadership potentials with our IGP, for example, and of course also taking our EPs towards their opportunities.
Дякую за нашу спіч. Скажи, будь ласка, одну найголовнішу річ, яку, на твою думку, треба змінити в АІСЕК в Україні в наступному терміні.
Угу. Я можу в цілому одразу відповісти. Ось я вважаю, що це те, як ми працюємо з мембершіпом. Це також про культуру, менеджмент культури в залежності від локальних осередків, і в залежності від різних стартапів.
Так, дякую, Маша, за спічні питання. Буде таке запитання. Скажи більше про цінність сподіватися в усі 25-26, чому це є важливим. Ось особливо для entity, для реалій більшості сучасності, для молоді, яка живе у 2025 році, і дай такий контентний спіч.
Дякую. Беру 30 секунд. Okay. Here I would like to stand up. Dear current bees, many of you are sitting here and actually listening to what I'm telling right now. And I generally saw many of you developing yourself in your local committees and in your cities, also in your startups during the previous term. And I believe this is also an option for you right now in order to develop yourself even more, in order to develop and shape Ukraine even more, and in order to give your valuable perspective on our current processes. Because when you see these current processes from your local level, you can easily understand how it can be also changed and developed among all different local committees and startups, and also how it can be shaped and developed in the whole entity. So generally, I would like you to standing up for what you believe in, and also to be following your passion, because generally you all know what you want to get from your life, or maybe at least somehow know what you want to get from it. So by going for your passion, by developing AIESEC in Ukraine, you will also develop yourself.
Дякую, Маша. Отже, як ти плануєш адаптовувати AIESEC в Україні до сучасних викликів вивчаючої молоді, до прикладу, демографічна криза, молодь виїжджає з країни?
Дякую за питання. Беру 30 секунд. Okay, generally I believe that youth also is moving out because of the challenges connected to they cannot get enough for development or enough of education here in Ukraine. And that's why they're also moving out in order to find better opportunities for themselves, and in order to also understand what it would be happening there and how they will be, how their career will be shaped in other countries. So here I believe we as AIESEC in Ukraine need to adapt, and we need to understand more how we and what we can do in order to also develop these leaders, and what exactly we are shaping and we are developing young leaders throughout our organization, throughout developing values inside these people, and also showing them this practical background in which they can actually grow, they can grow as people, and they also can grow our country even more.
Дякую, Маша. Питання є? Окей.
Okay, this one is in Ukraine. I need to say something.
Окей. Як ти і MC команда плануєш забезпечити сталість стартапів, щоб уникнути їх закриття після початкового успіху?
Дякую за питання. Беру 30 секунд. Okay, so first of all, it's about like I have in my structure a separate OBD person who would be also responsible for development of startups. Second of all, it's about operational support for startups. So it's about how we are working with marketing and how we are working with our most likely OGV if we are talking about startups. And also, so these are two main points. General, how I would like to ensure it. I would like also to ensure it through like the focuses and structure in our MC team, and basically how they will, for example, have an EST separated for our startups development and also growing in this regard.
asking Kaganitsky.
Thanks for your speech. In your opinion, can opening RGV in startups be a better initial step than OGV?
Okay, thank you for your question. I can answer right now. Generally, I believe that OGV is easier product to run, and I don't see like opening IGV instead of OGV, for example, in startups. And generally, I would explain why. IGV has more complex processes, and for example, if we are even looking to different standards we are responsible for as AIESEC or OGX, we have plenty of different standards for which AIESEC is responsible for. And I believe it's more difficult for us in order to ensure the experience and also in order to ensure all the standards, for example, implementation. And for OGV, it also doesn't usually include any kind of costs to this product. So it would be more sustainable to run in order to, for example, achieve the plan achievement in revenues and also to be developing to become a local committee out of startup.
Окей, дякую, Маша, тобі за ці стратегії. В мене є питання. В твоїх стратегіях не було згадано про розвиток ЄВ та бійців на локальному рівні, хоча в цих сферах ти також ще розвивати, наприклад, бачення постів, або там зарейсних грошей бійців. Скажи, будь ласка, як ти бачиш розвиток цього функціоналу і чи вважаєш його релевантним в контексті загальних цілей?
Thank you for the question. I will take 30 seconds. Okay, generally, for my strategies, I put only like main focuses which I would like to be focused more in. In my opinion, for example, for local BD, we generally having growth in the number of money received in all like local committees compared to previous semester and also like compared to previous semester. So generally, I didn't see this as a priority in order to include it to my strategies. But what I see also as for next development for EVA, for example, because I think BD could be more or less maintained on the same level and it can be more adjustable towards support with different local committees. But for EVA, I of course believe that we need to work more on EVA ELD and also developing it more. But after we are developing marketing, we can. So that's why it's not in the strategies.
Okay, so we can have 2 questions from the audience. Who's the first?
Okay, my name is Vadim. I am from Kharkiv, and I have a question for Masha. It's describe in 3 words how you see the culture of anti-Ukraine today. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take 30 seconds. Okay, I will describe it as inspiration, hard working, and exchange.
One more. Okay.
Дякую. Мене звуть Тарас, я представляю Національну молодіжну раду України. Маша, дуже дякую тобі за згадку номеру. Моє питання звучить так. У тебе гарний слоган, що діє з пристрастю. Є зараз багатьох організацій, з мого досвіду, така тенденція, що у більшості, багато молоді є така проблема вигорання. От, що робити, коли ця пристрасть зникає? Що будеш робити ти та твоя команда з цими тенденціями? Дякую.
Дякую за питання. Візьму 30 секунд подумати. Угу. Я бачу тут розвиток саме в напрямку 2 таких основних пунктів. Перше – це грамотний ресурс-менеджмент, ось, і друге – це більше так мотиваційний менеджмент саме для команди, або для локальних осередків, в залежності від того, де саме це трапляється. Ось, що я маю на увазі під ресурс-менеджментом, то це в першу чергу теж давати, наприклад, освіту якусь людям, давати сесії, направлені на те, як саме треба менеджити ресурс, як саме треба відпочивати, що саме важливо кожній людині, щоб у людей було в цілому розуміння того, як вони можуть відпочивати, і як за допомогою цього відпочинку вони наповнюються і далі можуть продовжувати працювати, і вкладатись вже тоді, коли вони дійсно мають на це там сили, ресурси, тому подібне. І друге, про мотиваційний менеджмент, це більше про те, як саме проводиться оцей лідерство в командах, як менеджиться команди, і як тім-лідер, власне, працює зі своїми мемберами. Ось, тому це більше про це, теж фокусуватись, запитувати, як справи, і більше розуміти оцю.
Thank you. So we continue with Elsie's. So as you can check it.
Okay, thank you, Masha. So since we're focused on growth in our OBS, name 3 more organizations or projects, apart from Erasmus, that provide similar internship opportunities, and how do we plan to stand out among them in the next term?
Thank you. 30 seconds will take. Okay, so basically, first, our competitor, which it could be, this is Use European Portal, which is actually providing different kind of internships, and it's like mostly in Europe, let's say. So how I'd like also to work with this, I think is that like for AIESEC, we are more focused on our why, and we are focused on our leadership development of the people, and we are also focused on our cross-cultural understanding. So it's not more about like getting like some practical skills or professional area, but also to understanding the context and the culture more. So this is about it, and also that we are having different unique opportunities, not only in Europe, but in other parts of the world, which also can help us. And for our like possible competitors, I would name only probably NGO Stella, but which is also kind of connected to Erasmus, and that would be all.
Masha, please continue the sentence. I will consider my MCP term successful if.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, and it'll take 30 seconds. I will consider my MCP term successful if we make 300 realizations in our exchanges, and also we will achieve our profit goal as an MCT.
Thank you, Masha. Can you give ideas for organizational development of AIESEC in Ukraine from the experience of other NGOs also in Ukraine that you want to bring during your term as MCP?
Can I ask for clarification or not?
Can you? Yeah. So the question is, give us ideas for organizational development of AIESEC in Ukraine from the experience of other NGOs also in Ukraine that you want to have as MCP in your experience.
Okay, thank you. I will take 30 seconds. Mm-hmm. Generally, I would not name an like NGO, but I would more name like an organization, let's say. So this is philanthropy. Basically, what I think we can take from them, that they are developed in and also introduced in different parts of the Ukraine, and also maybe in some of not that common parts of Ukraine. And I believe with as our development of startups, we can also be taking into consideration how exactly we can work on this, and what we can take from them. Generally, is how to like establish new startups.
Okay, Masha, what will be your actions as MCP 2526 to build a strong and diverse culture of AIESEC in Ukraine that will attract and keep people in the organization to the the next 5 years?
Okay, thank you for the question. If I want to use the slide, I can just click. Yes. Okay, so for cultural management, I also put it out of my strategies, which I created inside of my application form. So this is more about like which behaviors which I would like to see. So this is about performance, that members actually want and do perform their tasks because they believe they want to do it, and they also believe in the essence of our organization. It's about also team leaders leading, coaching, and managing therefore their teams. And it's also about like belief in exchange, impact, and everyone has a feeling to belonging in AIESEC. And here you can also, on this slide, you can see an exact actions which can be taken by MC or also like by MCP. For me, it would be mostly on like tracking, but it would be about entity empathy mapping creation until the planning. So it includes different communication with like different sides of our organizations. So it, of course, like BLP commission, but also we can include more diverse stakeholders, including some maybe members, also some team leaders and so on, designing and connected on national touch points, so be aligned in different network services which we are providing. Coach support and also local persona creation and member journey design, which I also mentioned before.
AIESEC can be, people AIESEC can be paid or maybe move to the center in order to
Here? Here.
Okay, Masha, name please 3 main risks AIESEC in Ukraine will have during the next MC term and actions next MC team can take to avoid these risks.
Thank you. I will take 30 seconds. Okay, so main 3 risks which I see, first of all, it's financial resources. So basically, I see the risk that we cannot be paying some basic costs which we need. So for example, some platforms, salary, house rent, or something like this. And for like what I would like to be also focused on, the actions, this is basically my strategies for national sales and also for fundraising. The second, what I see is this is about like pipeline drop also for the next middle management, and therefore it will be impacting on EB and of course like the 4-2MC and so on. So basically for this, it's also about like cultural management, and it's also how we are working with the membership, how we are developing also local talent management. Yes, and the third one is about actually our drop in exchanges. So basically either in like realizations or in like our approvals, so on. So this is also about like manage and like developing the strategy to work with our IR partners, and also like continuing some sustainable things, for example, growing in our attraction and so on.
AIESEC investment. You showed the positive structure of the next MC team. If you have only 6 people in this next MC team, which position will these people have?
Okay, 6 people includes me or not? Okay, then it would be I will tell you. Then like marketing, MCP marketing would be allocated through different, or maybe I will take finance role, and then 5 members would be remained like this.
Thank you, Masha. What might be the biggest challenge, in your opinion, for AIESEC as organization globally in the near years?
Thank you. I will take some 30 seconds. I believe that externally in the world, I see right now that we are facing different war conflicts. We are facing also different wars developing in the different regions of the world. And I see that AIESEC right now is not fully understanding what is the role of the organization into all these challenges and how AIESEC exactly can be helping or at least speaking up out of these problems. And this is also that not all members, for example, of AIESEC are ready to come to the countries where, for example, there is a war. And I see also this is one of the risks, and how we can then more take and more tell about our AIESEC way, which was basically based on the war itself.
How do you see your engagement as MCP in working with Minister, especially in the context of your?
Thank you. I will take 30 seconds. Okay, so I see two main points. First of all, it's about tracking an MC team, and secondly of all, it's about representing where, for example, I need to be, and I will tell more detailed. So for tracking MC team, it's mainly about checking up what are the current focuses, what are the current strategies, what exactly are the approach they want to go, for example, to the ministry, what exactly they want to tell about opportunity for us to work with universities, let's say. And for representing part, it's more about I think sometimes in the ministries it's also important for the head of the organization to go and also to present organization. So I believe it's also can be my GD and can be my role.
Marshall described the main achievements and failures, for example, of 3 previous MCPs, and what do you want to continue as legacy, or do you want to stop doing it all?
Thank you. I will.
Double question. Only or achievements and failures, or what to continue or to stop?
Okay, so about achievements and failures.
Okay, we'll take 30 seconds. Okay, I will start answering. So for MC Valor, I believe the main achievement was into network management and also connecting everyone towards one purpose, and also how this Lead for Peace project was created and the impact of it. The failure was more about not going directly into exchange direction in the second semester, so not fostering it as much as it could be. For ethos, achievement is about exchanges growth mainly, and for failures, it's about network management basically, and also marketing, and yes. And for MC San, generally it's achievement, our network management, and also our growth into engagement to different, for example, opportunities. Yes, and also growth inside the MC team. And from the failures, it's operational plan achievement, and also plan achievement in our national sales.
Do you plan to work with RXP? Yes, which area you are working with it?
RXP.
RXP. Okay, integrated experience.
Okay. I will take 30 seconds, thank you. Okay, so as for me, I don't see the direct that we can, for example, design project which will be fully impacting or on the people. But generally, I think that we can be developing in what we are good right now. So it's about our membership. So we are ensuring that we have like a diverse culture, and we also support and we ensuring the belonging of people to the organization, and also understanding different backgrounds. So it can be some sharings, for example, and also understanding which kind of like membership do you have. Yes, and also about exchanges, that we also can be supporting some people to go for exchange and also develop themselves, as well as, for example, to find some career opportunities in GTA.
Thank you, Masha. In the third question in MCP application form, what is driving you to continue in AIESEC? You answered peace and fulfillment of humankind's potential, specifically for our vision to shape Ukraine. Based on this, what does shape Ukraine mean to you?
Thank you for the question. I will take 30 seconds. Okay, so for me, basically, the vision Shape Ukraine is about like how we are impacting on our country, how we are developing it, and how we are moving it to the peace, and how we are moving it to the fulfillment of humankind potential. So basically, how we are developing these Ukrainian leaders, how we are raising them, and how we are also caring of every member, like in our organization, through the challenges that we are providing in AIESEC, and through ensuring that they have this leadership development as an organization.
Thank you, Masha. How will you develop the leadership within SC members as an MCP 2526 to ensure they provide growth in functional knowledge for EVs of AIESEC in Ukraine?
Thank you. I will take 30 seconds. So I would answer like this. So first of all, it would be coaching. Secondly, it would be letting them to go through challenges. And third of all, it would be focusing on their strengths. So what I mean exactly with it. So focusing on their strengths, I would like to understand my MCVPs even better, understand what are their strengths as a people, and also to develop their GD or help them to develop their GD based on what they actually want to develop in themselves. And also it's about like challenging them into growing into results, and also supporting them at this time, like, and asking them, for example, during one-to-ones, during MCMs, during like general communication, some coaching questions in order for them to go also grow professionally.
Okay, Masha. So just startup, it's a hard deal. So I have a question: how can MC support the startup? So, for example, just establish the basic processes. For example, recruitment, onboarding, and others. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take 30 seconds. Okay, so I believe this is like constant communication and coaching, and secondly also support with developing some tracking systems. So basically like constant communication and coaching is more about like having exact calls, also having one-to-ones in order to understand current state, and in order to like give some perspectives how to grow, what is working, what is not working, and so on. And for tracking, it's also understanding, help to design systems, or maybe also ask some LCs or in other startups if like it developed in them better, like which systems do they use, like how do they do recruitment, which tools are they using, and so on. But not only like to create these tools, but more like give an opportunity for this, like for startups, for startup heads, or for middle management to change it and adjust for themselves as they think it would be relevant for them, and therefore give feedback and like go in this regard with a constant communication and coaching.
Окей. Тож я маю зараз оголошення, Київ та Україні оголошення тривога. Ось на в цьому зданні, в цій будівлі, є укриття. Тому, якщо ви хочете, ви можете перейти в укриття, але ми будемо продовжувати і чекати тихого відбою.
Трансляція на Ютубі, якщо що.
Так, ви можете просто долучитися до трансляції на Ютубі з укриття. Окей? Добре. Тож, we have some time for questions from the audience, and I take the privilege to ask a question. So, Masha, could you please tell me what is your biggest dream for the term if you are elected? Like, what do you really crave for?
Thank you. I will take 30 seconds. Okay, my biggest dream, it's not fully concrete, I cannot turn it to numbers, but for me it's about that perception of Ukraine is changing on global plenary, and actually global plenary, like different foreigners and so on, are understanding and wanting to work with us for our IGV. And they also seeing this as a huge potential, and also understanding and not being afraid of coming here, and also seeing that how they can be actually be a part of this leadership story with AIESEC in Ukraine.
Okay. I have one more question. No? Do we have time?
20 seconds.
20 seconds. Maybe we will.
Masha, thank you for your speech. So I have a question. How you envision AIESEC in Ukraine in 10 years, and how the term 25-26, if you will be selected as MCP of AIESEC in Ukraine, will influence this vision?
I will take 30 seconds, sorry. No? Okay. In 10 years, I see AIESEC in Ukraine represented in each district of Ukraine, also represented and being actually communicated through different voices, through different people. And also it's how AIESEC in Ukraine is represented abroad. It's about that how we are actually sending people abroad, how we are welcoming foreigners in Ukraine. I will not tell you like the huge numbers, but I see, this Ukraine is it's becoming more and more bright, and also becoming more into different opinions, and also becoming more diverse and more culturally developed as a country. And I believe that with my vision, with my strategies, we are impacting on this vision.
Okay, thank you, Masha. So, wait. I have to ask also this, do we have to continue the question and answer session? Anyone to propose? Okay, so we finished our question and answer session for Okay, so we're going to have the next motion, number 10. And strategic speech of the candidate, number 3, and question and answer session. The motion is to hold a strategic session for the position of the member committee president 25-26, candidate number 3, Anna Tyabuta. First, listen to a strategic speech for 20 minutes. Second, conducting a question and answer session up to 40 minutes. The session may be extended if it's voted for. Followed by Kyiv Universities, seconded by Lviv, 4, 9, against, 0, abstention, 0, result motion passes. Okay. Треба, щоб ви прибрали оці стульчики зараз. Добре? Okay, so are you ready to welcome the third candidate? Але там на нас жаліється, що ми тут вчимо. Ні, ще чекайте. Ще тихенько. Тихенько. Wait. А він не працює.
Хто?
Це.
То, що коли пішли закинути, звісно, десь.
Окей. Бери смарт. А він не працює, мені здається. Отак.
Thank you. So I have a question about presentation. Could you please share? Oh, yeah, good. It's my strategic speech, and I would like to represent for you my vision, how to connect to my strategies, and of course, why did I choose these focuses? As I said before, my vision is driven by purpose united by Ukraine, and when I'm thinking about strategies, I realized that we should focus as entity on three key priorities. The first one is financial sustainability, the second one is exchange performance, and the third one is organization development. And how did I plan for these strategies? I analyzed the current state of our entity as AIESEC for our AIESEC in Ukraine, and I realized that we have a lot of costs. And based on it, I plan my strategies to prevent it. You can see that we have a lot of costs. We overachieved it, and if you talk about our profit, we didn't achieve it. So it shows to us that we are not financially sustainable as entity. The second one, I analyzed the external relations department, how external relations contribute to our financial sustainability. And you can see we have not bad results, but if you talk about uniquenesses of partners, we focused more with accounts. And my strategies will focus mostly for new sales. Also, if you talk about revenues, you can analyze that the biggest contribution that we had for revenues is our conferences and etc. And I want to change it. I want to make the main contribution our exchanges. And if you talk about our exchanges, we as entity historically a high-performing entity, and I want to come back to the roots, yes, and want to improve our exchange performance. You can see the previous results, and the main contribution was from IGV. So my strategy also will focus on development incoming global volunteer. You can see how it was changed when the full-scale invasion was started. It was not big than it was before. And also, if you talk about organization development, I realized, from my opinion, the main metrics, it's about MetaG, how our members achieving goals. And I realized that we should focus also on this metric. And entity size and CSAT for me, it's also important metrics. And the last one is pipeline. Let's start talking more about my strategies. You can see the QR code here, and if you want to see full version of my strategies, you can just scan it. The first one is driven by. I have two tactics. The first one, financial growth, and it will focus more for revenues from exchanges and profit in general. The key actions in this strategy: synergy workflow with financial operations and external relations department about financial sustainability to make it more unified. The second one, unification of national level discount refill system with financial legality for our operations. It will boost our exchange performance and, of course, will change our financial sustainability. The third one, investment in operations. Launch national targeted advertising with a focus also on non-region. We should try to invest more in our exchanges, and I believe that it will give to us more opportunities and, of course, more outcomes. And this last one, risk management with finance and legality about IGV realizations and costs. Because historically, this product influenced a lot on LC's budget. So I will also put this action to my strategy. The second one is about external relations. Change our perspective and try something new. Focus on fundraising actions, institutional grants to cover stable costs in the entity to make sure that we will not go in loss. And entity will focus more on exchange performance, on organizational development, and will not afraid to be in loss. The second one is upscaling BD partners from other entities, LC to LC, MC to LC, LC to MC, and etc. to make this more stable and unified, to support each other with business development. The third one is new sales strategy, development of new partnerships by involvement in national and local events in a trial format with discounts. So to have more unique, I would say, concept of work with them. And the first one, collaborate with other entities for common grants. It will help us to apply to international grants and, for example, with other entities and achieve it. The second strategy is purpose. It will focus more on our exchanges. The first tactic will be for GB. And it's about MC to MC, LC to LC partnerships with new entities, make more diverse partnerships, and it will help us to create more opportunities for our youth and, of course, to grow in exchanges. The second one, for OGV, automatize the workflow with customers to make easier process to apply to our EPs, to make sure that our applicants and our sign-ups will continue with us experience. And the third one is also about OGV. Improve the applicant proof process time through routine work with IARS, because I realized that we didn't focus on it. So I would say we should improve the process time. And the last one is about IGV, partnerships with IR partners with membership. So to create more opportunities for cross-cultural exchanges, for work together. And you can see 418 OGV approvals and 82 IGV approvals. The second one is focused on GT. MC to MC partnerships with new entities, make more diverse partnerships, OGTA and OGT, to make sure that we will provide for our customers more opportunities. The second one is hackathons campaigns with our AR partners to boost the performance. I think it will give new direction to this department. And the third one is external campaign about our opportunities. I come in social media, sharing from EPs and etc. I was thinking about our brand awareness about our products and I realized that the contribution of our promotion mostly for OGV. So I would think about changing it and promote more OGT opportunities. And the last one, B2B work on the national and local level. Yes, this action has risks, but we will not know if it will work if we will not try. And you can see 38 OGTE approvals and 67 OGTA approvals. And the last one, brand experience. I think that it's connected to purpose because MoGV, MoGT synergy is important synergy. So I put this tactic to this strategy. And the first one is develop routine of work with our social medias, diverse content, not a lot biases, etc., to make sure that our customers enjoyed our social media and also pay attention to our new opportunities. The second one is create a sharing system from our APs in social media to attract more customers. The third one is B2B with Uni for operations, especially for OGV and OGTE. And the last one, make more stable partnerships with online medias in social medias to make sure that we will have promotion and stable promotion. And you can see KPIs, applicants to each product. And the last strategy, United by Ukraine. This strategy based on organizational development in general. And the first tactic name is organization development. You can see the actions. Recruitment campaign between LC startups to go together to the common goal. I analyzed the campaign from operation side, and it was very productive. And I would think that maybe we can do it also with recruitment. So I put this action to this tactics. The second one, routine and accountability establishment, include onboarding period, education about the importance of it, resource management session, and etc. To make sure that our membership knows how to work, and of course it will influence on organizational development. The third one is renew the workflow with functional academies. And the first one is MM capacity development, focus on leadership educations and etc. And you can see metrics, 460 membership and retention rate 85%. The second tactic is focus on productivity of membership. And the key actions are involve all corners in LC's startups in making approve, internal campaigns, 1 per quarter, exchange weeks to drive exchange culture and performance. When I was thinking about the strategy, I remembered my experience in MC. We had challenge, and I made approval, and I realized how it influenced on me and drives me. So I would say that we can give this opportunity for every member. The second one, a new approach to working with people for the sake of process efficiency. For example, to fill in tools, NMS, etc. at meetings, to update the report format, and etc. So to change the flow of work with members. And the third one is provide more practical experience, organize national growth days, and involve alumni, BD partners, and focus more on development and focus on hard skills, I would say. And you can see metrics, MATG, and amount of approved per member. The third one is pipeline. Create a pipeline workflow from newbies to MCP. The second one, ownership opportunities. MM members involved to lead LC meetings, campaigns, hackathons, EB members involved to FASI roles, conference team, nationals, and etc. And the third one is create a national middle management network for knowledge exchange where members from different LCs and startups. And you can see metrics, pipeline, 75%, and CSAT 96. And I want to represent idealistic structure. This structure will help to implement these strategies. And I will explain by corners. The 5 main corners are OD corner, operations corner, external relations corner, finance and legality corner, and BXP corner. And each of these corners will focus on these strategies. And if to talk about structure made MC members, it will be MCVP OD, MCVP OPS, MCVP External Relations, Finance and Legality, and MCVP BXP. This structure is bigger than we have currently in MC, and I will change HR in Department of Organization Development, because I believe that we should have focus on this corner. And also it's about OPS and brand experience to a different person. So yeah, thank you.
Okay. So now we can start our question and answer session. So Anna, you will have 30 seconds to think and 1 minute to answer. But if you don't take 30 seconds, you have only 1 minute to answer. So we can sit with you. And first will be asking Charity.
Okay, thank you, Anna, for your speech. So, hello, I'm MCP of AIESEC in Latvia Republic. Due to safety concerns regarding recent attacks in Ukraine, I want to stop our cooperation on your IGB pilot project.
Okay, but why do you want to stop our collaboration? So I just answer. Okay, sorry. Firstly, I will ask why he wants to stop collaboration with us, and the second one, analyze the importance of our collaboration. If it's our main partner, so I will change the flow work with them. If it's not our main partner, it's okay, because we will have focus on other entities. So yeah.
Anna, thank you for your speech. And the question is, what do you think the MC 2526 team should do the first when they just elected?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think that the first thing that MC 2526 should change is routine workflow. For example, to make it more easier to, I don't know, change the accountability routine and etc. And after that, focus on three main strategies: exchange performance, financial sustainability, and organization development.
Thank you. I second you. Thank you for the speech. So my question is, imagine that you were elected as MCP and you present on international president meeting, and you should present for other entities why they should apply to open OGB pilot and start work with our IGB MCP, MCLC. So please pitch the idea for us.
Okay, thank you. Can I just step? Hello, dear global family. I want to tell you a little bit story about our entity. Since full-scale invasion, it was very difficult to work with our exchanges. But we realized that our purpose is shaped Ukraine. And I want to tell you about our opportunities. You can apply to our OGV pilot and feel the essence with us. You can explore our culture, because we have a lot of stereotypes, but we want to break it. Let's join to us. If you're interested in it, you can approach me, and I would like to share with you more.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Annie, for your speech. In your opinion, can you please tell us what is the essence of AIESEC in Ukraine? for Ukrainian youth of a new generation will be in 2025?
Okay, I think that the essence for us will be focused on shaped Ukraine culture, and will be focused on our, I would say, representativeness. Yeah.
Okay, Anya, thank you for your speech. There are in this hall now sitting people who can be potential applicants to the next MC team. Now, please give them a short speech and explain why should they apply to your MC team.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to see you, and I'm grateful for your experience and your influence on our entity. And I want to tell you a little bit story about our entity. As you know, our entity has culture shaped Ukraine, and you can be included in this culture. If you're interested in it, I would be happy to see you in my team. And if you feel that you can do, and if you feel that you can impact on our LC, on your LCs and startups and our entity, and in general shape Ukraine through exchanges, I will be happy to see you in my team.
Why do you think that discount system is not working now, and how would you like to change the discount system?
Thank you for this question. Analyze the discount system, and the main problem was with our showcasing of the system. So not all of our customers know about this opportunity. So I will change the icon, like content of showcasing, and of course the referral system to show that if you apply with your friends, you will have discount. So focus on it.
Thank you, Anna, for your speech. So, how do you want to see AIESEC in Ukraine in 3 years?
I believe, and I want to see AIESEC in Ukraine bigger than we have our entity right now. So more membership, more exchanges, more IGV exchanges, of course, and I would say shape Ukraine culture in external life and as role model entity for others.
Thank you for your speech. Which new entities do you see forming MC2C partnership for each product?
Thank you. If to talk about IGV product, I want to focus with other partnerships like Italy, Portugal, I would say Germany. And to talk about ODTA, it's also from Europe and focus also in Middle East region. And if to talk about ODTE, maybe analyze the other partners from Asia, for example, Vietnam.
Thank you for your speech and strategies. How do you see AIESEC in Ukraine 25-26, and for which one big achievement this year has to be recognized?
The biggest achievement, I would say, will be the metric approved per member. It will show the motivation of our membership, our exchange performance, and of course our sustainability as entity. And if to talk about 25-26, I want to see our entity more diverse, I would say.
Thank you, Anna. So, how do you plan to adapt AIESEC in Ukraine to the current challenges and needs of young people? For example, the demographic crisis, young people are just leaving the country.
I will focus on youth who are in Ukraine, of course, and as I mentioned in my strategy, we will try to something new, for example, like OGT remote, and maybe we will provide this opportunity for also youth who are not in Ukraine, and of course focus our promotion with entities and showcase it more.
Thank you, Anya. Next question for me. How do you and your MC team plan to ensure the sustainability of startups to avoid their problem?
I include this point to my OD strategy because I want to have more MC members in this corner and focus on development of startups. It will be coaching system. LCs will be proxy for startups, and we will have routine work with them, and of course to give them more opportunities to development.
Thank you for your speech. Do you consider the possibility of focusing on IGV instead of OGV in startups? After all, it worked in Kropyvnytsky at one time and will work well for the rest in the city.
I think that I will focus more on OGV and OD. So IGV is also will be as a main priority, but for me it's better to stabilize our processes that we have right now.
Okay, now same for a speech. So you had mentioned that MC have probably this budget many years. So can you, on your opinion, can you explain what was influence for this to last generation?
The first one is external factors. I would say the second one is engaging our partners and portfolio for our partners. So my strategy will focus on changing portfolios for national and local level, and of course for including external market research.
Okay, now we can have the questions from the audience. I saw the first hand. Could you please take?
Okay, so hey everyone, I'm Vitaly from Odessa. And thank you for speaking your strategies. I have a question. You mentioned in your strategies that you want to make more diverse partnership in GB and GT. So how can you ensure that this partnership will be high quality, relevant to both sides, and that our EPs will be interested in that?
Thank you for the question. I will focus mostly on personal connections, of course, to have a strategy with, I would say, more touch points, to have internal cross-cultural exchange, for example, to invite our potential IR partners to our services, like to our summits, conferences, and also in visit their network services. Yeah.
Okay, one more. First.
Yeah, thank you. I'm from MCP. So, yes, my question is, what promise can you give us? What promise can you give our entity as MCP about the work which will be done during the next
Thank you for the question. Okay, I want to give you a promise. In 25-26, if I will be selected to MCP position, I promise to work on shape Ukrainian culture and provide new opportunities for our membership and for our customers and achieve 605 exchanges and more, to have also finance sustainability in our entity and develop our organization, create open new startups and new assets.
Thank you. Our second challenge.
Thank you. So since we are focused on growth in our OPS, name 3 more organizations apart from Erasmus that provide similar internship opportunities, and how do you plan to stand out among them in your turn?
That's an interesting question. Thank you. I analyzed our competitors, and we have non-government organization Stella, non-government organization Develop NGO, and the third one, I don't know, like I will focus on 2 of them, and they provide for us they provide for use just opportunities in Europe. And if you talk about our uniquenesses as organization who also run exchanges, I will focus on our unique side. We can organize exchanges in other continents. So yeah.
Anya, please continue the sentence. I will consider my MCP term successful
if every member feel the essence of AIESEC in Ukraine and achieve their goals.
Thank you.
AIESEC in Kyiv. Can you say what changes do you want to bring in management of MCT and security commission?
I want to empower my entity develop, my entity empower all entity and global planning to be a representative of ICT Ukraine and Ukraine another culture. Anna, what have been the biggest for ICT as an organization globally or in your years? I think that our challenges because one's narrow and it also influence on our work, but we as an organization focus on our purpose. And if you about challenges, I would say that it will be also about economic factors and well, who achieved and developed ICT now. This graph will be from previous world continue like after to family. So, we do have around 6 this from national side. So it will help who are not have opportunity to support them to really as an extra opportunity, we can include this topic to grants and cover this investment. Current context we are not open with partnership with other NGOs to help us to raise this money. And experience with election effects of Ukraine and and I want to collaborate with them to grant and of course to focus on popular donors like USAID, Ukraine resilience recovery, and how supports and jobs, processes are consultancies like will provide, in my opinion, more offline experience, organize startup summit, onboard all of startup members, how to work with recruitment, and of course, offline visits to help them to show the example how to do it. So yeah, it's the main actions. organization development because it works with our membership, so it was included to this program. So the next question is not myself. So Anya, what is your if you are elected? What is your biggest vision for the term? What do you envision most with for? Let's say that AIESEC will play as unity identity with global exchange that keep all our goals and we're able organization. Okay. Have questions? I have a question. How do you, as a potential MCP, plan to continue working on global awareness of the current state in Ukraine at the international level, and do you have any innovations? In my strategy for awareness building organization was said Nikon is feedback system, sharing system from our EVs to provide more sharings in our social medias to give an example for our potential customers and it will improve trust to us as organization who provide exchanges. So it will be like the most focus from my side to show externals about our organization. But if you talk about international communication, I think it will focus more on personal assurance, visit more regional and international opportunities to be proactive and try to be offline and additional opportunities like summits, leadership, and so on. Okay, more questions? Can I answer in Ukrainian? Так. Добре. Враховуючи нашу роботу як організації, так, ми є неприбутковими. Ці кошти вони йдуть нам як учасникам, але ми їх витрачаємо на розвиток нашої організації. Наприклад, йдуть витрати на конференції, на організацію подій. З кожних цих прекрасних витрат організаційні внески наші споживання і також залучення фінансових партнерів до наших подій. Ось тому у нас виходить зараз більше витрат на дещо локальні партнери теж фокусуються над розвитком свого, наприклад, дехто має офіси, їздить бізнес-події, хотів саме відвідати, хтось втрачає на рекламу. Ось, і ці кошти, вони, можна сказати, вкладаються в далі розвиток організації, але ми зараз маємо такий містець, що ми більше втратимо з того вкладу. Тому тут більше вкладати його зміни, куди саме інвестувати кошти. Okay, and we have a question for volunteers. Thank you for your strategies. I have a question about your partnerships. You mentioned that you going to like make more partnerships and for like
Thank you for the question. I was thinking about that on the global level, and of course, external factors influence on their choices. So I will focus mostly for our promotion, our campaigns, and personal communications. And work with I guess, to involve ISP and to show the examples how they can develop in our country, how they can keep the assets of Ukraine. So I will focus on that.
Okay, so how do you see your city with MCPTM to ensure membership volumes needed to achieve our ambitious goals?
Thank you for this question. I think that the main synergy with me will be with MCPOD and include MCPTM to have synergy. And for example, synergy will be two meetings to analyze the current context of buses and cabs. And of course, we will focus on development of ticketing processes and provide to our membership more educations and
Yeah, how do you see what do they do when strikes and protesting become mainstream?
I think my strong side is leading the team, empowering the team, and focus on the experience. Um, Big side is people management. I think it's about my experience. His question is how do I integrate the MCP on the regional plan with the MCP experience? And what are the steps you think are important to achieve those perceptions of Ukraine? On the regional level, I want to represent Ukraine as new leader in major changes and in culture-driven entity, and how to ensure this perception. I think that through more conflict with the team for our exchange agreements, for our culture vision, and for our exchange with regional level to be everywhere to showcase our entity. It will be with the main.
Okay, I know. We all know that every local community needs a strategy manager to facilitate logistics and operate facilities. What would be your action as MCP in 2026 to ensure that all local authorities and startups will be aligned with development and truly united by Ukraine?
Thank you for this question. Firstly, I want to unite with each MCs and startups to give them basic, I would say, information to make sure that all MCs and startups know the base, yeah, and how to I will work to unite all of them. Of course, with common touch points, with common growth days, buildings, summits to provide this culture, to organize common campaigns, and to focus on development.
Ukraine for the next work and actions that can be done by the MC 2526 to avoid these risks. This is our risk. We worked with them before using invasion, so we'll focus on it. And I think that the next action is to avoid this risk, to focus more on digitalization and what our members will responsible for it. The second one is about finance sustainability, and of course, we will not be sure that something in external will not get transferred. So I will focus on additional policy resources that provide us revenues. And the third one, when experience because our progress. I think that if we will not focus more on our problems, we will not be as a corporation as one now in China or partners. For example, to Ukraine, and this is the difference from the hackathons we have had. Thank you for this question. We have just done a hackathon at our conferences, and it was for all of us. But I want to improve like our production, so focus like personally to each of our partners. For example, just only improve to Turkey or to other countries, because in other hackathons we have more like pilots, yes. But also like in national conferences, continue to have the same hackathons like general, but also include more customized. You mentioned your internship talking about ambition, like setting local policies and increasing effects. So is that oh, right, and developing. Thank you for this question. I'm at the technical context of electricity, and I chose Uzman and Lut because of their external work. Like in these cities, right now we can see a lot like development of non-government organizations, and we can be a part of this community. And of course, like external context during like our war, a lot of people changed their places and they are living in Uzman and Lut, and we can provide more opportunities for these cities and have housing decided to this. Thank you for this question. I realize the general context of life in Ukraine and our organization development is more than just talent management. Corporate, so I made this strategy, and for me it's not better to focus with organization development vice president more, and yeah, focus more on regional development. I will focus in the first semester of term to cross-recruitment processes and provide more educational and onboarding and of course to have to organize scholarships and to sometimes we'll have proxy from LCSI and they will also onboard them and I will focus on growth in people in exchanges and more financial sustainability for students. I will develop collaboration with other entities we have in UK areas. Thank you for this question. Because I analyze the international events and other events want to have partners from other countries and as innovation work. And as current MCP of work with fundraising, I analyzed that we can apply with other entities like to create more opportunities. And a lot of grants focus on more than two countries, so I mentioned it in my study. So now we're going to have a break for 10 minutes. So please, wait. And then you will
To start to hold a panel discussion for all candidates for the post of member committee president 25-26 for 45 minutes, proposed by Kharkiv, seconded by Lviv. 4, 9, against 0, e abstention also 0. So result motion passes. So let's first invite here our candidates. Тож, ця панельна дискусія і взагалі ця частина у нас буде українською. І я би хотіла почати з правил для цього спейсу. Перше, дорогі кандидати, ми не будемо втратити ваш час, але орієнтуйтеся, будь ласка, що ваша відповідь десь 2 хвилини, 2-3, ну максимум 4. Далі важливо, щоб ви висловлювали свою думку чітко, аргументовано по суті і поважали думки інших учасників, не перебивали, там не починали щось конфліктувати. Ось, тобто чекайте своєї черги. Але в чому взагалі суть панельної дискусії? Це має бути дискусія. Я не буду просто питати вас питання, як на інтерв'ю, ви по черзі відповідаєте. Я хочу, щоб ви обмінювалися думками між собою, хочу, щоб ви пробували от якраз дискутувати і крутитися навколо взагалі тих питань, які я буду вам ставити. В кінці в нас буде також можливість питань від аудиторії, тому, дорогі делегати, учасники, відвідувачі, підготуйте ваші питання. І хочу презентувати вам тему. Ця тема буде взагалі як будувати крос-культурне розуміння в Україні. І для мене це насправді і про Shape Ukraine, про наш Vision AIESEC в Україні, про який ми говоримо вже багато років. Це про те розуміння між різними регіонами, між різними містами і українцями з різним бекграундом. Тож, беріть в ручки мікрофони, щоб ви були готові. Тож, почнемо з першого питання взагалі. І це, що для вас означає це крос-культурне розуміння. І хто готовий починати, просто починайте, продовжуйте один за одним.
Я можу почати. На мою думку, крос-культурне розуміння в Україні воно є дуже важливим, як і внутрішньо, так і в загальному крос-культурне розуміння між різними країнами. Якщо говорити за нашу Україну, вона в нас велика, найбільша країна в Європі. У нас дуже багато областей і різних регіонів. І на мою думку, дуже класним рішенням для того, щоб покращити міжкультурне розуміння, це відвідувати міста одне одного, пізнавати культуру різних регіонів. Я це зробила на своєму досвіді. Ще навіть починаючи з підліткових років, коли я вперше відвідала Запоріжжя, для мене це було щось вау неймовірне. Сама я з Тернопільської області. Для мене це було промислове місто, я вперше бачила місто таких масштабів, і ця культура для мене була дуже вау. І я вважаю, що щоб покращити крос-культурне розуміння, варто, я б сказала, навіть їздити теж один до одного. Зараз у нас теж організації є багато осередків з різних міст, то ми можемо також робити це міжкультурне розуміння.
Я також можу доповнити, але трошки з іншого боку, з трошки іншої перспективи. Для мене особисто культурне розуміння – це в першу чергу про повагу один до одного, про розуміння, з якими челенджами, наприклад, ви стикались там у своєму житті і так далі, і про розуміння, про те, що кожна людина поважає кожну іншу людину в незалежності від того, який досвід вона пережила, які в неї були попередні досвіди особисті в житті, і також, можливо, яка в неї освіта і тому подібне. Тобто поважати думку, поважати також те, де людина зараз знаходиться, поважати вибір кожного. Наприклад, зараз теж, мені здається, стоїть досить гострим питання, порівнюючи там, наприклад, наскільки там безпечно бути в інших містах і тому подібне. І я там теж насправді натикалась не дуже багато, що навіть викликає осудження інших людей про те, що хтось не хоче виїжджати з, скажімо, небезпечних територій України. Ось, і для мене це якраз таки про повагу і про свободу вибору в першу чергу.
Так, також доповню. Для мене крос-культурне розуміння – це якраз таки знаходження точок перетину. Це готовність подивитися на світ очима інших і готовність взаємодіяти заради досягнення спільної мети. А для цього треба і побудувати цю спільну мету. Тобто це об'єднання людей з різними бекграундами, з різними досвідами, і це виховання терпимості один до одного для того, щоб поглянути на те, як ми бачимо світ, і на те, як ми можемо разом впливати на цей світ. В цілому крос-культурне розуміння, воно існує не тільки на глобальних рівнях, навіть на рівнях компаній, коли це культури різних компаній, різних бекграундів, але вони об'єднуються заради того, щоб створювати різні проєкти. Так само об'єднуються різні медіа для того, щоб створювати різні проєкти і намагаються знайти, де ж ми можемо перетнутися, як ми можемо з цього винести якомога більше користі.
Я, до речі, я як модератор також можу висловлювати свою думку, просто щоб не було, що я забираю етерний час. Ну, я, напевно, буду гострішою тут трошки, тому що для мене крос-культурне розуміння – це розуміти бекграунд один одного, але в той же час говорити однією мовою. І це страйвити до одного спільного. Це і також пошук спільного, а не лише говорити про те, що відрізняє. Ось, і тому мені важливо також в крос-культурному розумінні, порозумінні, щоб ми і не гралися з толеруванням того, що може загрожувати вже нашій національній ідентичності. От. Ну, давайте продовжимо з таким питанням. Які взагалі є основні виклики у побудові цього культурного діалогу в Україні?
Я можу підхопити якраз цю гостру тему, про яку ти вже зазначала. Зараз у нас стоїть дуже питання мови, української ідентичності, проте варто розуміти ситуацію і знати контекст, тобто знати історію України. Що ці люди, вони не вивчали, до прикладу, якщо це мовний конфлікт російсько-української мови, ці люди не вивчали російську мову, бо вони, не знаю, так хотіли. Це все було історично пов'язано. Це було нанесення з боку агресора своїх наративів, своєї культури. Ось, і ми повинні толерантно ставитися до людей, які переходять на українську мову. Тому що було дуже багато речей, коли цих людей, я б так сказала, булили, ось, що теж їх ще більше демотивувало переходити. І потрібно, на мою думку, розвивати культуру практики. Не боятися казати, там, особливо людям, які переходять на українську мову, до прикладу, не боятися говорити суржиком. Тому що ви вже робите щось для того, щоб дійти до української мови. І не варто, не знаю, там, осуджувати, що вони там, не знаю, роблять якісь помилки, а це все набувається з досвідом. І варто навпаки давати додаткові можливості для того, щоб ви допомагати людям, які бажають перейти на українську.
Але ми тільки що говорили про те, що робити, але які виклики в нас є?
Якраз і конфлікти.
Окей. Тобто один з викликів – це мовний конфлікт, історичний бекграунд. Окей. Ліза, може.
Окей, я вже знайшла про 3 на додаток ще до тих, які Аня зазначила. Отже, перший це виклик взаєморозуміння між East і West частинами України, ну і з урахуванням South and North, of course. До чого я веду? До того, що наразі у нас створюються різні можливості для розвитку різних регіонів України, і ми бачимо майже чітку відмінність від того стилю життя і того рівня розвитку бізнесу, економіки, політичних навіть і громадських спрямувань, які є на заході України, які є на сході України, тим паче, які є на територіях окупованих або тимчасово окупованих. Отже, ми наразі стикаємося з проблемою, що люди зростають в зовсім різних бекграундах, і вони є під впливом зовсім різних персоналій або ж культурних моментів, що в подальшому може призвести до того, що у нас просто не буде достатнього комунікативного простору для цих частин, і ми не будемо дійсно united як Україна. І це перший point. Другий point – це поєднання культури поколінь. Наразі, мені здається, гоструватим може вважатися перехід від постсоціалістичної культури наших батьків і людей, які на десяток років старші за нас, до покоління більш молодшого з зовсім новими поглядами на цей світ, які мислять в інших ціннісних категоріях. Ось, і нам потрібно вчитися кооперуватися між цими двома культурами, тому що за рахунок досвіду попередніх поколінь і інновативності, демократичності погляду нових ми можемо створити дійсно суспільство майбутнього. І третій момент, кажучи не лише про українську, російську мову і ці дві нації, кажучи в цілому про нацменшини, які існують в Україні, я не можу надати конкретну статистику, проте в Україні є досить багато представників інших національностей, і ми як країна насправді створюємо environment для цих національностей, для розвитку, і ми підтримуємо їх в цьому, розуміючи їх культурний бекграунд, розуміючи, через що вони проходять. Проте також в цьому спрямуванні можна мати більше кроків і бути більш інклюзивними для нацменшин. Ось. Але зараз ми можемо бачити, що проводяться певні заходи щодо цього, поширюється інформація в соціальних мережах, тобто ми туди вже рухаємося. Отже, це 3 основні виклики, які я бачу.
І з того, що я хотіла би додати, теж з того, що ще не було зазначено, то мені здається, що теж основним викликом є навіть рівень освіти і те, які можливості, наприклад, є у молоді в різних містах і в різних куточках України. Бо, наприклад, якщо от я там особисто з Харкова, то я, наприклад, мені не завжди вдається відвідати якісь різні івенти. А в той час, коли я, наприклад, приїжджаю в якийсь інший куточок України, в той самий Київ або Львів, або ще інші міста, то там знайти можливості для молоді набагато більше. І це також йде і про рівень освіти. Знову ж таки, на сході, знову ж таки, теж там на півдні України дуже багато шкіл, які працюють лише в онлайн форматі. І звичайно, що це теж впливає на наше наступне покоління і те, які взагалі є можливості у дітей і з чим вони будуть і надалі рости. Ось, і так само і про університетське життя, і в цілому теж про ще якісь додаткові можливості. І другий поінт, який би я ще хотіла зазначити, мені здається, що викликом теж є реінтеграція людей, наприклад, з окупованих територій, наскільки, як їх підтримують, приймають, наскільки і як цінують, не цінують. Знову ж таки, це все теж поєднується з викликами, які вже попередньо були зазначені. Тобто, наприклад, мовне питання, ось, тобто, наприклад, теж бекграунд питання, якісь різні покоління і тому подібне. Тому ось так.
Добре. Тоді давайте поговоримо про стереотипи, взагалі, які в нас також побутують, і як подолати стереотипи, які заважають розвивати якраз таки це крос-культурне розуміння в Україні.
Я в цілому можу почати, бо думаю, що дівчата потім підтримують. Я вважаю, що, на мою думку, для того, щоб власне подолати всі ці виклики, нам треба створити такі умови для людей, в яких вони зможуть комунікувати, в яких вони зможуть обмінюватись різними своїми думками, різними своїми бекграундами. Тобто для мене це включає відвідування, наприклад, і створення різних івентів, різних концепт-заходів, в яких українці можуть між собою спілкуватися, в яких вони, наприклад, теж це можуть бути навіть якісь проєктні роботи, це можуть бути якісь навчання, які підрозумівають під собою не тільки там один день поспілкуватись, а, наприклад, місячно працювати в команді з різними бекграундами. Ось, і я вважаю, що якраз таки створення таких концепцій, створення і реалізація того, щоб люди з цих територій, з різних, наприклад, хтось реінтегрований з окупованих територій, хтось просто там зі Сходу, хтось з Заходу, хтось з центру і тому подібне, щоб вони всі могли проживати такий схожий досвід і могли, власне, комунікувати і спілкуватися з людьми. І на додаток до того, що Аня, наприклад, казала, це також про подорожі, про те, щоб люди могли їздити і про те, щоб люди мали можливість відвідати інші міста і познайомитися з цими іншими людьми.
Я трохи прокоментую, мені здається, тут Маша, ти скоріше говориш про молодь, тому що і проєкти, це буде брати участь в цьому активна молодь, яка і прагне цього культурного порозуміння. Але проблема якраз в упереджених людях, які вже мають різні стереотипи, і вони не хочуть йти до цього культурного порозуміння. То що з ними робити? Просто leave it as it is, чи все-таки варто намагатися це працювати?
Я можу тоді доповнити в цілому, так, коротенько. Я вважаю, що тоді, все одно мені здається, що молодь більш прокачана і більш продвинута. В такому випадку я бачу рішення в тому, щоб молодь спілкувалася зі своїми батьками, молодь спілкувалася з іншими теж своїми якимись близькими людьми і доносила думку, в яку вона вірить. І все одно буває таке, що все одно не вдається когось переконувати. В такому випадку я вважаю, що не треба йти на якісь дуже сильні конфлікти там і тому подібне, а вважаю тоді взагалі leave as it is, якщо вже була там проведена якась комунікація і все одно там, наприклад, старше покоління не змінює свою думку з цього приводу, тоді, на мою думку, тоді треба це так залишати.
Тут ще питання, далі не подумати, бо ми так говоримо зараз більше зі своєї перспективи, коли робити проєкти для обміну, досвіду і так далі, але ж ще мають бути з державного рівня якісь також ініціативи для людей різних вікових категорій.
Я якраз таки хотіла про це зазначити. Отже, звідки в цьому беруться упередження, стереотипи? Вони беруться через незнання або через занадто вузький погляд на світ, який був, можливо, наданий в процесі становлення і розвитку людини. І найбільш така я не знаю, як це сказати, найбільш аудиторія, у якій важко побороти стереотипи, це якраз таки представники старших поколінь, тому що вони під впливом їх набагато довше. На що звертають старші покоління увагу? Це на те, які політики проводять ці держави, що вони бачать серед тих ресурсів, якими вони користуються, і як це в цілому підтримується також їх оточення. Що я бачу тут як варіант, це так, це національні політики, які спрямовані на те, щоб давати більше висвітлення питання інклюзивності різних культур, поєднання наших реалій і розвитку наших реалій. І це також можливість проводити просвітницькі заходи в компаніях, в організаціях, особливо якщо це державні організації. Це додавати в перелік національних свят, певні конкретні свята, які стосуються різних культур або ж бекграундів, і проведення національних акцій. Також, звісно, це певний вплив через медіа, які підходять цій аудиторії, національні медіа і відповідні соціальні мережі, там Facebook або конкретні сторінки в Instagram, в яких більше ці аудиторії. Що ж я хотіла б додати, це в цьому не прив'язуючись там до віку, проте звертати увагу також на регіони, звертати увагу не лише на міське населення, але й на сільське. Ось це ще один виклик, який я б хотіла додати, різний рівень розвитку сільського міського населення, що також створює певні упередженості і стереотипи, як у представників одного, так і іншого бекграундів. І нам потрібно надавати більше можливостей людям з регіонів дізнаватися про цей світ і приймати участь в таких самих заходах, і брати активну участь у громадському політичному житті для того, щоб ми могли підсилювати себе не тільки людьми, у яких більше можливостей. Ось, і в цілому можу передати слово Ані.
Дякую. Підсиливши думки дівчат, першим ділом я б звернула увагу на стереотипи, які саме. От, виділити чіткі стереотипи, які пов'язані, до прикладу, вже там, як я зазначала, сільська місцевість, міська місцевість, стереотипи там, щодо різних регіонів, стереотипи щодо національних меншин, як вже зазначали, там, до прикладу, стереотипи щодо ромів і так далі. На мою думку, я, по-перше, виділяла все-таки ці стереотипи, тобто визначити взагалі, з чим ми будемо працювати, і тоді вже як проаналізувати, як ми тоді зможемо це подолати. На мою думку, це може якраз розвивати молодь, але яким чином? Пробувати залучати інвесторів, говорити про важливість цієї теми, перед тим провести, як це сказала, опитування соціальне, щоб підняти цю тему. І молодь просто може організовувати події для людей різного віку. Також залучати і, наприклад, спонсорувати такі події, там, щоб можна було, наприклад, їхати теж по селах це все розповідати. У нас зараз теж є щодо кроскультурного розуміння, у нас проблема зараз полягає навіть і в культурі, особливо в культурі в сільських місцевостях. І зараз ми можемо теж помічати тенденцію за медіаперсонами, блогерами, інфлюенсерами, які показують приклад, яким чином треба працювати. Наприклад, вони їздять в сільській місцевості, розповідають про те, що варто робити, і таким чином вони якраз ці стереотипи руйнують. Тобто я би фокусувалася з свого боку на якраз руйнування цих стереотипів шляхом роботи молоді над загальному стереотипом.
І я хотіла би уточнити, а що це за блогери?
Один з прикладів може бути Володимир Дендес. Він брав як особистість, він їздив теж по селах південних областей і відновлював будинки культури. Тобто тоді теж почалося якраз відновлення культури, бо тоді був такий стереотип, що немає там в різних областях, там більше по східних і південних там української культури. Але це не так. Вона є, і таким чином якраз інфлюенсери це показують.
Дякую. Я щось додати чи рухаємося далі? Давайте рухатися. Добре. Далі. Тоді, які кроки може зробити кожен із нас для побудови суспільства, де панує взаємоповага між різними культурами?
Я, напевно, почну з дуже точкового і думаю, що дівчата потім розширять те, що я скажу. На мою думку, найперший крок – це почати з себе. Почати з того, які думки у нас є в голові, і чи ми вловлюємо себе на певних стереотипних або ж засуджуючих думках. Якщо так, розбиратися, звідки вони йдуть, які корені цих упереджень. І також для того, щоб їх побороти, розбиратися в історичних, культурних, національних бекграундах тих тем, щодо яких ми маємо упередження. Це можуть бути культурні, це можуть бути політичні упередження, це можуть бути упередження щодо чого. Але у нас у всіх є корінь цього упередження. І якщо люди почнуть цінувати свою власну освіченість і розбиратися в темах, справді докладатися до цього, то тоді через це вони, по-перше, мінуснуть себе з точки з кількості тих людей, які якраз таки не являються суспільством, в якому панує взаємоповага. І, по-друге, вони зможуть поширювати своє знання іншим людям. Вони зможуть так само організовувати освітні проєкти або ж поширювати цю інформацію в соцмережах.
Можу на даному етапі передати слово.
Дякую. Щоб доповнити думку Лізи, я би хотіла додати, що кожен з нас в першу чергу може почати з того, щоб поширювати інформацію про це, теж у своїх соцмережах, розповідати про це своїм друзям і виділити для себе ту сферу, в якій би ви хотіли якраз руйнувати стереотипи. Наприклад, це може бути культура, це може бути теж національне меншинство, мова, в чому ви вважаєте, що ви є компетентні. І також, базуючись на цьому, ви можете досліджувати інші сфери для себе, тобто вивчати щось нове, розбиратися в різних темах, спілкуватися з людьми, які представляють ту чи іншу верству населення, за якою, наприклад, є ці стереотипи. Розкажу трошки такий свій персональний приклад. Я була, наприклад, до кінця не обізнана в темі LGBTQ community, і я познайомилася з дівчинкою, яка мені більше розповіла про це, і тепер я можу зрозуміти, яким чином я повинна, наприклад, поширювати інформацію, яким чином толерувати це, проявляти свою позицію, яким чином я можу допомогти і бути теж активістом, хоч не входжу я в це ком'юніті, але допомагати розвивати цю толерантність. Якось так.
Так, і теж додаток до дівчат можу ще додати, що це також починається з якоїсь базової комунікації з тими самими батьками, якщо ми говоримо про молодь, або в цілому з дітьми, якщо ми говоримо про батьків. Тобто це теж іде про підход, наприклад, до виховання, от якраз таки, якщо ми говоримо про від батьків до дітей. І це також йде про те, які є міжособисті зв'язки, наприклад, між друзями, що зазвичай говориться, наприклад, на зустрічах з друзями, які зазвичай теми підіймаються. Можливо, теж якісь теми, які зараз гострі, важливі в суспільстві, теж треба підіймати, щоб розуміти, яке теж навколо тебе оточення. І, можливо, можна теж змінити думку не тільки свою, але й повпливати на думку свого оточення. Ось. І також для мене важливо особисто теж і висловлювати свою думку. Тобто говорити, наприклад, якщо щось не подобається, теж висловлювати про цю думку. І навпаки, якщо, наприклад, повертаючись там до того ж мовного питання, наприклад, людина намагається перейти на мову, то теж її в цьому підтримувати і виражати ось цю свою підтримку словами або ще якимись додатковими діями. І для мене це от про це також.
Я б хотіла ще доповнити. Тепер більш загальною темою. Я вважаю, що дуже сильний вплив може зробити розбудова демократичного суспільства в нашій країні. Тому що демократичне суспільство – це про повагу до прав людини, про повагу до один одного, про прийняття рішень на загальних засадах. І якраз таки, коли ми розуміємо ці основи і коли ми їм слідуємо, то у нас немає бажання переважати над кимось і просувати агресивну якусь свою думку або щось таке. І якраз таки мені здається, що в демократичних суспільствах, які ми знаємо, там набагато більше поваги до людей в будь-якій сфері через те, що ці люди мають вже власні цінності, вони мають власні спрямування і вони живуть за цими цінностями досить довго.
Я б хотіла додати таку трошки контроверсійну думку щодо демократії зараз в Україні. Вона в нас, можна так сказати, не є в фокусі, якщо говорити навіть загальному і за вибори, ви можете бачити через воєнний стан в країні. Ось тому тут, напевне, нам як молоді потрібно показувати, що таке демократія. Але чи всі ми до кінця в цьому обізнані? І чи ми її використовуємо в повсякденному житті або в своїх сферах життя і в загальному роботі? Тому тут така цікава думка. От щодо цього я би теж поширювала саме знання про демократію, бо я насправді зараз розумію, наскільки це важливо, але зараз це не є фокус держави.
Так, тому що, як я також сказала на початку, що демократія, вона не має мати толерантність до того, щоб загрожувати вже нашій безпеці. Я від себе ще скажу стосовно кроків, які може зробити кожен з нас. Я особисто почала багато читати книжок, які допомогли мені зрозуміти глибше історію якихось регіонів, тому можу їх порекомендувати вам. Перше – це журналістські репортажі від Наталі Гуменюк, української журналістки. Це книга «Загублений острів», і вона, починаючи з 2013 року, їздила до, здається, 2020-го, вона їздила в Крим кожен рік і писала репортажі про те, як змінюється Крим і як змінюються люди там або не змінюються, і які вони думки доповнені мають. І також можу порекомендувати «Схід українського сонця» від Катерини Зеленко, щоб зрозуміти глибше історію вже Донецької та Луганської областей, і чому навіть не зовсім коректно говорити Донбас. Це так, те, що буде в цій книзі. Добре, можемо переходити до наступного питання, і це буде останнє питання від мене, тому далі, дорога публіка, ви можете підготувати якісь свої теми, не теми, а не цю тему, але питання на обговорення. Тож, які перспективи взагалі має крос-культурне порозуміння в умовах післявоєнної відбудови України?
Так, я поки що можу почати, думаю, що дівчата потім підхоплять. Мені здається, що після перемоги, от в контексті післявоєнної відбудови України, ми ще стикнемось з цими питаннями, з цими викликами, які ми попередньо зазначили, але ще набагато гостріше, особливо, якщо ми будемо враховувати реінтеграцію людей, які, наприклад, зараз перебувають на окупованих територіях. І мені здається, що наразі ми також маємо вже зараз діяти в контексті того, а як саме ми маємо тоді спілкуватися з цими людьми, які зараз знаходяться на окупованих територіях. Тому що вони відчувають зовсім не те, що, наприклад, відчувають люди, які проживають зараз в Україні, яка так зараз є у нас повномасштабне вторгнення, ми живемо в війні, але тим не менш ми живемо на території України і ми підчиняємось законам, які є в нашій державі. І як тоді ми будемо з ними комунікувати? Ось, і для мене це про перспективу, яку ми вже маємо зараз замислюватись, і завдяки якій ми вже зараз маємо діяти. Ось, ну от я з цього почну. Думаю, дівчата, можете далі продовжувати.
Добре, дуже теж, як Маша вже згадала, от щодо того, аби якраз реінтегрувати нашу країну, я додам ще безбар'єрність, а саме інклюзію, враховуючи нашу післявоєнну відбудову, ось, і враховуючи навіть теперішній стейт нашої країни, у нас дуже багато є ветеранів. І я би хотіла зазначити якраз теж саме ось ці перспективи, от саме розуміння між ветеранами та нами як цивільними, от саме безбар'єрність, інклюзія, враховувати всі потреби людей з інвалідністю. От я вважаю, що це є така перспектива, аби якраз ми могли більше розуміти людей з інвалідністю, ось, і також правильно якраз от мати цю перспективу, комунікація і так далі. Також додам сюди це теж розвиток культури. У нас зараз це вже почне відбуватися, але після відбудови, от це буде теж нашим таким, можна сказати, фокусом. От це теж відновлення внутрішнього туризму, я б сказала. От що теж впливає і на підняття економіки, і це така перспектива, яка теж може гарантувати якраз цей культурний обмін. І в загальному я б додала ще це, як вже зазначала, це і культура, але додам до цього це молодіжні форуми, також більше подій для розвитку молоді, громад і робота над демократією. Якраз після воєнної відбудови в нас на це буде великий фокус, от, тому це теж може повпливати на між культурних.
Я б врахувала у відповіді на це питання те, які кордони матиме Україна по закінченню війни. Ми всі хочемо, щоб до нас повернулися тимчасово окуповані території, і ми відновили цілісність наших кордонів, проте ми розуміємо, що це може і не статися. Якщо брати до уваги, що так, це стається, то тоді ми маємо врахувати, що перспективи цього порозуміння, вони можуть бути трошки важкуватими для того, щоб повернути, реінтегрувати знову ж таки людей, які були на окупованих територіях, наше суспільство, які не всі будуть раді тому, що повернулися наші кордони, і повернути їх до українського суспільства, повернути якраз туди, почати також повертати демократичні засади громадянського суспільства. Далі також ці самі території, які були прифронтовими, наскільки вони будуть повертатися в нормальне життя, і як ми можемо, як українці говорили, як нація, підсапортити ці регіони, ось, і які ми можемо для цього зробити кроки. Це теж треба врахувати. Далі це якраз таки про виклик правобережної, лівобережної України, різниці їх розвитку і об'єднання для відбудови. Далі, що я ще хотіла зазначити, мені здається, що в громадянському суспільстві є перспектива того, що багато організацій, вони будуть змінювати фокус своєї роботи з волонтерства на фронті в волонтерство на відбудову і на об'єднання України як суспільства українського. То тут є перспектива порозуміння організацій з різним бекграундом для того, щоб ампліфайнити один одного, для об'єднання досвідом роботи і для кращих результатів. І кажучи не лише про національні перспективи, про інтернаціональні, тут я скажу про перспективу, яку я бачу, можливо, негативною, що ми можемо мати непорозуміння з тими країнами, які зараз нас підтримують, які надають нам багато економічної підтримки і також людської підтримки, тому що по закінченні війни на нас чекають великі економічні виклики, до яких ми не будемо готові, до яких наша держава не є готова. І коли у нас припиняться надходження економічні від наших партнерів, і нам потрібно буде їх або віддавати, або зустрічати там їхні пропозиції, то нам доведеться багато них ширити, нам доведеться багато відстоювати свою думку, свою країну і показувати їм, яким чином ми тепер будемо працювати разом.
Мені подобається хід ваших думок, тому що ви дуже позитивно більшості нас дивитеся, а я можу поділитися, що я навпаки маю переживання, що у нас буде відкат. Відкат в минуле, а особливо відкат російське. Тому що я вірю в те, що ми будемо працювати над реінтеграцією все-таки людей, які повернуться з фронту, але мені страшно, що станеться якраз цей відкат, особливо бачу те, що він часто відбувається і зараз, дивлячись на якихось також блогерів, інфлюенсерів, він вже є, і яким він буде далі. І ти загально зазначила, що це буде залежати також від того, що посприяє цій післявоєнній Україні, і на яких умовах це буде. Так, Маша, ти позитивна, чи все ж теж переживаєш, як я?
Добре. Я можу додати трошки до Віки. Напевно, з приводу негативного. Я ще бачу ризик, який може відбутися, в незалежності від того, яку частину території окупованих нам вдасться повернути, або яку частину нам не вдасться повернути. Це також, наскільки надовго це затягнеться, наскільки надовго нас знову не атакує Росія, ось наскільки довго ми знову зможемо бути незалежними і наскільки знову ми зможемо бути в безпеці. Бо це повномасштабне вторгнення почалось у 22-му році, але ще почалось задовго до того, в 14-му році, а якщо ми копнемо ще більше в історію України, ось, то ще більше є прикладів історичних того, що в цілому українська культура, вона дуже гнобилась російською культурою. Ось, тому на додачу до Віки, то я ще ось це можу ще додати такого негативного. І які перспективи ми тут маємо, і що ми конкретно можемо зробити зараз. Мені здається, що це досить таке комплексне питання, напевно, не в межах цього питання, яке у нас тут зараз є.
Ось тут, коли стали говорити про культури, я захотіла додати трошки ще позитивнішої нотки в цю розмову. від того, що українська культура гнобилася, до того, що коли ми переможемо, то буде великий всплеск зацікавленості, навіть більше, ніж він був і є зараз, до української культури, до України як держави. Я думаю, що ось це буде тим, що позитивно вплине на нашу комунікацію з міжнародною ареною і те, що допоможе нам у відбудові і реінтеграції, тому що це до нас запросить фінансові ресурси від, можливо, туристів, можливо, меценатів, можливо, ще фондів якихось. Це також до нас припічок певні і демократичні правові ресурси у вигляді мізків. І також це посилить, мені здається, і те, як ми будемо працювати над розвитком суспільства, тому що це теж буде поштовх до обміну знаннями.
Я б хотіла до цього додати, щодо культурного аспекту. Ми можемо навіть вже помітити, на жаль, такою ціною, як повномасштабне вторгнення, якраз після нього ми почали більше цінувати нашу українську культуру. І зараз можна бачити більше, як створюються можливості українською мовою, відновлюються всі пісні, багато є теж, як сказала, майданчиків для того, щоб дізнатися про нашу українську культуру. Навіть якщо зараз, помічаючи там тенденцію на святкування там Різдва, ми перейшли на інший календар, ми святкуємо з всім світом, тобто це вже починається. От, я думаю, що після воєнної відбудови все буде класно, от головне підтримувати це і бути проактивною молоддю.
Дякую. Добре, у нас є можливість трошки питань від залу. Я побачила першу Олю. Олю, прошу.
Всім добрий вечір, гарного вечора. Дякую вам за вашу таку приємну змістовну дискусію. Моє питання полягає на базі ваших відповідей і на базі запитань, які були до цього. Судячи з проблем, так, об'єктивно проблем, які наразі є в країні, судячи з об'єктивності того, що є перспективи для розвитку, для чого молодь, українці, в даному випадку, їдуть за кордонне стажування, для чого? Які причини? Відкидаючи те, що інформуємо іноземців про реалії України, вкладаємо за цілі сталого розвитку і так далі. Дякую за увагу.
Якщо не проти, я можу почати? Пояснити запитання. Я, як людина, яка мала досвід стажування, в першу чину я собі представляла цілі отримати досвід від іншої країни. На мою думку, чому молодь їде на стажування за кордон? Подивитись, як це, наприклад, той чи інший процес відбувається в Україні. Наприклад, я викладала діткам англійську мову. Я бачила підхід країни, в якій я була на стажуванні, і я зрозуміла, що він відрізняється від нашого підходу в Україні. Тому я аналізувала сильні і слабкі сторони, тобто стажування є навіть додатковою можливістю для розвитку українських теж сфер. От, незалежності від напрямку стажування, там, чи це культура, чи це освіта і так далі. Тому цінність того, щоб українці їхали на стажування за кордон, це також отримати новий досвід, принести його теж в Україну і розвивати ту чи іншу сферу.
Я теж до Ані додам трошки в цьому ж ключі, але все ж таки з іншого. Я ще вважаю, що українці якраз таки, їдучи в іншу культуру, вони змінюються самі по собі. Ось вони змінюються, вони по-іншому починають дивитись на якісь інші речі. І, наприклад, теж я, коли була на своєму стажуванні, то я повернулася додому зовсім іншою людиною. Я змогла більше брати на себе відповідальності, змогла більше розуміти інші культури, і змогла розуміти, а чому, наприклад, в інших культурах десь не підтримується Україна, а чому в інших культурах не звертається увага про проблеми, які є зараз в Україні. І для мене це теж було про ось це культурне розуміння, і про те розуміння, і про той розвиток, який я персонально отримувала, і який теж отримують наші люди, які їдять за кордон. Тому що вони повертаються іншими людьми, з новими навичниками, з новими скілами, які вони якраз таки і тут можуть розвивати, імплементовувати, і теж докладатися, як Жаня зазначала, з перспективи іншої країни.
Отже, я маю тут декілька пунктів, такий цікавий, для того, щоб дізнатися, що за кордон не ідеальний, і для того, щоб побачити, що певно мої мрії про те, що я хочу там переїхати в іншу країну жити, вони не є такими справжніми і потрібними мені. І зрозуміти, що насправді в Україні є набагато більше іноді можливостей. Та сама діджиталізація, як дуже всім нам знайомий приклад. Далі. Ну, просто переключитися, перезавантажити свій мозок і, напевно, трошки вийти із своїх рамок, подивитися на світ по-іншому. Для того, щоб навчитися комунікувати. В наших реаліях ми знаємо українську, комунікуємо з іншими українською, ми розуміємо людей, з якими ми комунікуємо, тому що ментальності схожі. Проте ментальності людей за кордоном вони відрізняються. І якщо ми хочемо в подальшому вміти комунікувати з міжнародним суспільством для того, щоб просувати свої ідеї як українців і отримувати для себе певну вигоду з цього, нам потрібно розуміти, як мислять ці люди, як вони нас сприймають, як вони нас не сприймають. І що ми можемо використовувати з точки зору національних і культурних бекграундів для того, щоб підсилювати свої думки при розмові з ними. Звісно, частково це також проби для кар'єри. Коли людина хоче створити свою кар'єру, вона хоче зрозуміти свої кордони, можливості спробувати себе в зовсім челенджових енвайрментах. Ми теж це не даємо. І, звісно, це про те, що люди на стажуванні, вони вчаться справлятися з викликами, і це їм дуже стає в нагоді, коли вони повертаються ніби до свого комфортного середовища, але вже з зовсім іншим майндсетом і підходом до того, як вирішувати ці виклики, тому що вони навчилися цьому на практиці.
Дякую. І є можливість для останнього питання.
Я не знаю, як вами вибрати. Йому викинеш свій голос. Можна, так? Добре.
Дуже дякую за ваші думки. Я хотів би запитати вашу точку зору з певного питання, яке я вже зустрічав при розмовах з людьми, які мають різний досвід, різний бекграунд. Зараз одним з основних трендів нашого світу це є глобалізація. Далі якраз такий процес поєднання всіх частин світу, їхнього впливу, і також у нас є культурне розуміння. І багато людей симулюють, ставлять під один факт, під одне визначення і міжкультурне розуміння і глобалізацію. Як ви для себе відрізните ці два факти, як ви зможете пояснити ці два процеси зовсім по-різному, аби зараз люди, які є екстерно, вони могли більше розуміти, про що ж ми говоримо, і завдяки цьому не плутали те, що відбувається сам процес глобалізації і те, що робить наша організація.
Окей, я думаю, я почну тут з того, чому мене навчили на уроках логіки, коли я вчилася в університеті. Ми виділимо, що є загальним поняттям, а що є поняттям, що входить в це поняття. То, на мою думку, крос-культурне розуміння – це те, що дозволяє нам досягати глобалізацію. Тобто глобалізація – це те, що об'єднує крос-культурне розуміння і багато різних інших понять. Ось, і тоді, коли ми говоримо про крос-культурне розуміння, ми про нього говоримо як про інструмент, який дозволяє нам йти до ось цього глобального об'єднання і підсилення цього процесу.
Я можу доповнити. Крос-культурне розуміння поділяється на дві частини, якщо так аналізувати. Перше, це те, що, наприклад, нас об'єднує з світом, там спільні характеристики і так далі. Друге, це унікальність та національна, наприклад, ідентичність. Тому, якщо говорити за крос-культурне розуміння з точки зору якраз спільних рис, це входить в глобалізацію. Якщо говорити за крос-культурне розуміння з боку унікальності кожної з країн, це більше вже йде як національна ідентичність. Тому я вважаю, що ми можемо якраз і цим показувати, що наші, наприклад, стажування, ось вони дають крос-культурне розуміння, ось і таким чином ви можете там проаналізувати з двох точок зору, що, наприклад, це спільного зі світом і що входить в глобалізацію, а що, наприклад, є унікальним і нас відрізняє від інших.
Так, що з приводу моєї думки, то я в цілому погоджуюсь з дівчатами. От хіба що теж додатково можу додати, що ось для мене крос-культурне розуміння це як знову ж таки про повагу і про розуміння от таке Я би навіть сказала, можливо, десь побутовому рівні між людьми, тобто ось персональна комунікація, і люди між собою приймають і розуміють інші культури. А глобалізація, вже на мою думку, це якраз таки щось таке більш глобальне, що є оцим об'єднуючим звіном для різних культур, про які люди між собою і говорять.
Дякую. Тож, давайте підсумуємо те, про що ми взагалі сьогодні говорили. І я починаю, а ви хтось з вас продовжить. Тож, крос-культурне порозуміння – це
Крос-культурне розуміння – це набагато ширше поняття, ніж те, як ми його собі уявляємо в голові, і воно включає не тільки культури як такі, а набагато більше аспектів. І для того, щоб стати дійсно експертом в крос-культурному порозумінні, не вистачить року 2-3, не вистачить закінчення університету. Це пожиттєвий процес навчання, дослідження цього світу і дослідження навіть самого себе в цьому світі.
Нам треба досягнути, ми можемо досягнути крос-культурного порозуміння шляхом міжнародних стажувань. Як би це банально не звучало, шляхом навчання, освіти, тобто цікавитися також цією темою, розвивати себе і поширювати інформацію про це. І нам потрібно крос-культурне розуміння для?
Нам потрібно крос-культурне розуміння для того, щоб і надалі рухатись, і надалі розвиватися як суспільство, і надалі розвивати нашу державу, і для того, щоб всі ті сьогоднішні позитивні можливі перспективи та негативні можливі перспективи, і все ж таки позитивні перспективи переважали, і ми розвивали Україну всі разом.
Все, дякую вам. До скорих зустрічей. So let's continue with the next motion, and this motion is to is to listen to the closing speech for the position of the member committee president 2526 of the candidate number 1, Lisa Kravchuk, up to 15 minutes. Proposed by AIESEC and Kyiv University, seconded by AIESEC and Kyiv, for 9 against, 0 abstention, 0, so motion passes. So now, still we have to greet, remember we're greeting the candidate, and okay, Orsi, are you ready? Does everyone has papers? Okay, have. Does everyone have? Very good me. Okay, so are you ready to welcome the candidate number 1 for membership committee president 2526? Are you ready? Okay, so please welcome the next candidate for the membership committee president 2526, Елизавета Кравченко!
Давай. Все, мы же чекаем. Nice песня, но... Все, теперь на максимум. Погнали. Check. Nice. There will be no poem right now. Don't worry. So, during my opening speech, we went through my journey, my past. Hopefully you understood why I'm standing here right now. We went through the 4 seasons of leadership, of developing myself, becoming myself, and checked how these 4 seasons can be applied for what is common for all of us, AIESEC. So those are dreaming, acting, shaping, and leadership. They cannot go without each other, and those are the seasons that made me the person that I am here right now. So standing right now on this stage and sharing my experiences with you as MCP 2526 applicant is really a huge privilege for me. And with every privilege, it comes responsibility. In the morning, when I saw your sparkling eyes, I understood that it reminded me actually about why I applied for this position. Because there are people in this entity that deserve to grow and develop, and I want to be a leader for those empowered personalities. I want to grow AIESEC in Ukraine with them and them in it. So, after a long day, sparks in your eyes are a bit dimmer, and it reminds me about that MCP, one of the MCP's duties, responsibilities, about caring of your motivation and energy as entity. So, to cheer you up a bit, here is a story. Once in 9th grade, my brain told me, you're so creative personality, let's show it to the world. And this brain made me to dye my hair. To dye my hair in the very interesting color. It was, blue. I was thinking, wow, it will be so good, such a nice color, like my shoes today or something like this. I dyed my hair. We bought spray with my mother. We put it on my hair. You had to wash it out and to wait a bit for it to dry. So the bathroom where I washed my hair was Blue, very nice blue, very nice color. I was so inspired about going to school next day with this color. I was like, oh, wow, it would be nice. Maybe that's why my vision is blue, because I still have psychological trauma from that day. Because here's how it turned out. I was thinking, maybe I'm daltonic, or maybe now I'm just a citizen of swamp, maybe. But also it gave me two vibes. One vibe, Mafka. Wow, I'm such a character from this forest. Like, that's cool actually. But the second vibe was Shrek. So who am I with this color? Actually, there were much more experiments with my hair during my life. I've been just like partly red, ginger. I've been fully ginger. I've been red. Right now I'm red, I believe. I've been with Kare. I've been with nice red. And then I tried makeup. It was also good. And once I was a character from very nice fiction movie. I was, who is it? Narcisse Malfoy, I think. So people said it was nice. You didn't see it not in Hvostik. It was awful. So there were more experiments, but what is the lessons from these experiments? Be brave enough to experiment, to try new, but also be wise enough to learn from your mistakes. So as you see, color right now is better. It suits me better than swamp color. And that's the story. So hopefully I see more sparks in your eyes right now. And now we can go actually to the speech part, why we are here. Oh, and coming back to the speech, we applied this concept, 4 seasons of leadership, to me, to organization. Maybe it's time to apply those 4 seasons of leadership to you, because for every of us, these 4 seasons are going to be unique story, unique milestones. Maybe you will start not from dreaming, maybe you will start from acting. Who knows? It's your story. So let me lead you through this story. How your unique way looked like, or how do you want it to be? There will be some questions on the screen and I will give you 30 seconds to think about them. You can take out your notebooks or phones if you want to reflect it there, or if you want to put these questions to reflect a bit after. Let's start. So the dreaming. Have you ever dreamt on making difference? It can be huge difference, it can be personal difference, anything that will change yourself or your environment. Have you ever dreamt on it? What were their dreams? Coming to the next season. Have you ever planned how to achieve this dream and took actions for it? How you felt during taking the actions? Have you put the whole heart in it? Have you ever felt that you're changing during that way? That your character, your behaviors, your mindset are changing and shaping you? What you felt during it as well? Have you ever felt that you made a positive change in environment and people around? That you became an example for those people? And after answering on these questions, you may think that I didn't go through it or I went. What I can say is that, have you ever felt stuck on any of the seasons? I believe every one of us did sometime. Because you can say dreams can seem a bit far. Actions can be hard. Shaping is not direct. Leadership is not visible at the moment in some situations. What I believe in, that it doesn't matter if vision is clear, if the ownership is absolute, and if will is strong. I developed my vision during the long way of becoming myself. And I see how it can unite the organization, unite AIESEC in Ukraine on the way of shaping our country. As MCP 2526, I will put all my mind, all my heart into making this entity exceptional, actionable, and shaping. The entity that has a long history in front of it. Ownership and dedication are in our blood as Ukrainians. And even in our Ukrainian history, we can see continuous cycle of becoming Ukrainians themselves, of becoming this country, Ukraine. Once those people got dreams, they acted. And if they didn't, we actually don't know this history. It didn't happen at all. What I want to say is, our today is shaped by the actions of those who were before us. Kiev, Czech, and Kharkiv, who started our history. Actions of Volodymyr the Great, who united us under one common belief. Actions of the person who put Ukraine in the official document back in 1187. Actions of Cossacks who fought for this land and freedom of our nation. Actions of students who stood up against the regime in 1918. Actions of artists who were persecuted for speaking up for Ukraine. Actions of those who declared the independence in 1991. And of course, actions of those who have been fighting for this country and people here since then. So they have been acting to shape our today. It's time for leadership in this cycle. And I ask you, leaders of today, do we choose to continue this action to shape our common future? Or we will be waiting for others to act? I already have my answer. It's your turn to give yours. So what makes AIESEC impactful is unity towards one goal of shaping our country through exchange that we provide as an organization. And I applied to strengthen AIESEC and its relevance for Ukraine, but I will not achieve it on my own. Shaping Ukraine requires more leaders. I invite you, leaders of today, to join me on that way. On the way of shaping this entity and therefore this country. So you can open up the papers. If you don't have the paper, you can use paper of your neighbor. You can use one for two. If you're ready to act today to shape tomorrow, join me. Join me in reading this poem. You have specific lines. So if you're ready, you can read the lines that you have at the right time of the poem. If you want, you can read even more. There will be a poem on the screen. Just read your lines, play it in your head. А й правда, крилатим ґрунту не треба. Землі немає, то буде небо. То буде воля. Пари, то будуть хмари. В цьому, напевно, правда пташина. Як же людина? А що ж людина? Живе на землі, сама не літає, а крила має. А крила має. Вони, ці крила, не з пуху пір'я, а з правди, чесноти і довір'я. У кого з вірності у коханні, у кого з вічного поривання, у кого щирості до роботи, у кого щедрості на турботи, у кого з пісні, або з надії, або з поезії, або з мрії. Людина нібито не літає, а крила має, а крила має. That was all from my side. Thank you so much for this day. And just remember that today we act to shape tomorrow.
So we're going with the next motion for closing speech of the candidate number 2. Listen to the closing speech for the position of the member committee president 25-26 of the candidate number 2 of AIESEC for up to 15 minutes, proposed by Chernitsky, seconded by Viv. 4, 9, against, 0, abstention, 0, motion passes. Okay, so are we ready to welcome the second candidate?
Бегом, бегом. Хорошо. Микрофон выйти.
Hello, dear AIESEC in Ukraine, again for the last closing speech for me today. And again, I would like to start with an activity. Snap your fingers if you, at least once, had a conversation about moving out of Ukraine abroad. If you doubted our system, for example, corruption which we are having in our country, and you have doubted that it would change. And snap your fingers if you, at least once, heard there is no future in Ukraine. And I told you before, as a mathematician, I am here also to give you some more numbers. We have 7 million of refugees who have moved abroad, who left Ukraine, and who are generally building their future in some other countries, and who actually have chosen not only like to speak, to have a conversation with you snapped before, but actually did it, which is also fine, it's their choice. And this is the problem which we are facing as a youth. This is also the problem that we actually don't have enough of youth having in Ukraine who actually can be rebuilding it. But from another side, we have 60% of these refugees who return back to Ukraine. And also another fact about our corruption, that Ukraine is currently facing this problem really difficult, the corruption itself, I mean. And that we are 104th country out of 180 countries in the world by corruption index. Again, this is a problem. But if we look from another perspective, Ukraine as a country had 11 points growth in corruption index over the last 10 years, which also means that we are actually developing as a country, and we are actually changing our context, and we are changing our reality, and we are changing our future. And of course, I do not believe that there is no future in Ukraine. I think that there is a future that we built as youth. Because in AIESEC, we fundamentally believe that youth is creating a better future for ourselves, our communities, and therefore the world. And we shape Ukraine in AIESEC by doing AIESEC, by doing what we are meant to do, by providing practical experiences in challenging environments in order to deliver leadership experiences to people. And mainly we do it through our cross-cultural exchange. This is the main system how we are developing youth. And this is our core as an organization. And again, you can see here many different people from different exchanges.